All right, let me shut my office door. And we will be ready. There's an update 1.2.2. I would highly recommend updating. Ah, okay. What we got for news here? Let me close this out. Alrighty. I was just working on a little bit of code this morning. Um, I'm on version 1.2.3. I'm testing something out. Um, so I am testing something out real quick. Uh, oh, let me get my order entry going. Okay, so this is the order entry. Uh, this is the order entry window. I'm going to be telling you I am not trading minis. MNQMM6. I'm going to do hotkey trading and let me bump up the contracts. Yeah. I'm not trading minis because this environment is not. I'm trading. Oh, wait a minute. I need to switch over to a funded account. Uh, I need to do the default of toggle chart trader. I need to default that to off. This I can leave up there, I guess. I'm gonna switch that to a funded account. What is this one? I don't need that to be the funded account. That's fine. Oh yeah, there's more stuff I need to. Well, let's see. Let's take a look at this. Right now, I'm looking at 1,000 tick chart. Okay, this environment is so friggin' crazy. Using time charts, uh, get these wild swings. So, uh, years ago, I traded off a tick chart. I've been trading off a range chart for so long. That's where most of my funded accounts have been was me trading a 40 range chart. And gotta get some coffee. Put the coffee pot right on my bookshelf, so I don't have to go into the kitchen. Let me dock that. Oh, also the payment system is all set up now. The free license key is going to be going away Friday. Um, so I tested that last night and it works. And then this morning I noticed someone had already paid for a license, $95 for a whole year. So I appreciate that. Uh, there's more work to be done for this. I've been working on this for heavily. I've been working on it heavily for a couple months. So there's a lot more that's going to be coming. But the main thing is like right here, when you switch over from 5 minute to 2 minute, okay, it will update now properly. Before it didn't update properly, but now it updates properly. That's version 1.2.2. I'm on version .3 just because I made some code changes this morning. But now it actually updates properly for you. So when you actually do this, and then when I go back to a 5 minute, because I like trading off of a 5 minute, that updates properly. Okay. And I'm looking at a volume chart. You can look at a delta chart if you want. Uh, I kind of like the volume chart, and the reason for that. How much time we got? 9:19. The reason for that is because I have the volume bars being shaded for how much delta is in there. Like right here, those are lightly shaded, so that's kind of like a low delta. Or let me see if I can't find one that's do, 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 do. Okay, like this area right here, you see how dark green that is? That means it's high delta. You see this area right here, kind of lightly shaded. The opacity is light. That just means light positive delta. Same thing for the selling. Um, so I made that update. Also, I made an update. Here, let me look at the pulse. How much time we got? Um, NQM6. Let's look. I'm on Sim 101 because I'm going to throw in some orders real quick for you. Uh, okay, so when you actually trade, let's say you do order fill. Okay, all right. So yesterday, these bubbles were overlaid on top of this area right here where you actually couldn't see the stop loss take profit. But as you can see here now, the bubbles are underneath the area where you're at. So now you can actually manage the trade properly. Okay. So now you can manage the trade properly and you can actually see it. That was only happening on live pulse here. I must have the heat map turned up. Yeah, I've got the heat map turned up. Resting orders, like if you set it to 5, then you got those 5 or I normally don't do that. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've been trading for 10 years and trading off of this. I would love to be able to really get good at trading off this and being able to scalp off of this, but I'm an old dog, so I just kind of stick with what I know. It's just I kind of stick with what I know. But like if you throw in an order, you can actually see over top. And here's the thing: if you go to the site and go to features, you'll see all the key commands. Like I can like my cursor's way over here, and I can throw in Shift left click, and it puts me into an order. Okay, I can do come down here to this area and do Control left click, and actually put a stop order in there. If I want to do target, Control right click, and just put my targets in there. Okay, or I can just drag my profits. Tonight, what I'm going to look to do is actually put the when you actually come. Well, how much we got? 8 minutes. I need to put how much quantity you have right there on the stop. Okay, that's what I need to do. But as you can see here, you just have 2 contracts, and it's like negative. I'm losing negative 20 ticks. I want to change that to like points, whatever instrument you're trading, uh, and also maybe profit and loss, however, and then you can just close it out. But that's what I got going uh, last night. What else did I do last night? Oh, I made some changes. Oh, I made some changes to the website. So, but that's kind of boring. People probably don't want to know about that. Uh, but this is what I got going last night. I fixed some little slight issues. This morning, I fixed another slight issue that was kind of like, it was just annoying. So that's what I mainly got going. This weekend, I'm going to really focus on the Dom. I need to, this week, I need to, here, let me switch this back. Resting orders, we'll just do 20. I really need to switch it. There we go. I need to, I need to work on the chart trader a little bit, in the hotkeys. There's some things I still need to get done for the chart trader. I need to get some limit orders, working. And I think I'm going to use the Alt left and right click for limit orders. I just got to figure it out. But now that I have this actually live where people can support it and actually uh, pay like $95 for a whole year of access for everything. That's like $8 a month. I got to I got to be careful about pushing stuff out. So the updates are always going to continuously come, but they're going to be in small increments, and I will be testing stuff before I release it. Uh, like right now, when I'm on dot three version 1.2.3. So also I need to get install video done and a settings video. Uh, Maybe I can get that done now that everything is slowing down a little bit. Uh, what I got done this morning is, well, when you get close to the, like you can pan down, when you get close to the bottom, it actually brings up more pricing, so you can actually uh, see it. Okay, when it starts trading up there. Before it was not working like how a real chart should be working, but we'll get that going. Right now, I'm on 1,000 tick chart just because uh, the way this wackiness uh, market is right now. Let's look at the profile. So the profile for this morning, we got about 5 minutes in QM6 and not MQ. Let's see, NQM6. We'll do both. Do about let's do 10 days. We'll do 64. So I gotta fix this area too up here where it has like a little padding up here so we can actually see the stinking top up there. But as you can see right here, we've just been running upwards. Yesterday was a friggin' nutty pattern. I mean, that's just nuttiness. Right here is okay, like a double distribution or a nice balanced day like that. Uh, I don't know what the heck you call this thing. Uh, but what I'm thinking is if we lose this area right here, uh, the pre-market, once we go into New York session, we lose that area. Your next support is going to be down into this area right up in here. And that's just because you have all this volume right up in this area. Okay, you have all this volume and you have the highs right there. So that's what I'm thinking. If we can, if we even come down there, if we start losing this area right here, you got this support right up in here. Okay, now, this right here was just an overnight, uh, that right there was just overnight. This was an overnight gap. We still have not filled that gap, so more than likely, we eventually have to come down. Uh, yeah, this, profile is still in beta, but that's what we have. Uh, yeah, I'm trading, yeah, I need to do a settings video. The settings video, this is 1,000 tick chart. Like normally I'd be taking this trade right here. I mean, it's just a few minutes to the open. But what I'm looking for mainly is you see these sell and bounce right here. Okay. But right now we're on a 5 minute and it's sloping upwards. I'm really looking for large orders and the sell and buy and bounce areas. I'm going to be I'm going to be trading so quick probably that I'll have to let's see 75. I wonder if I should bump that up 'cause that could be quite a bit. No, we'll leave that alone. Um, I'm going to be picky today, and I'm going to be trading the micros, just multiple contracts on the micros, just because. Um, well, I'm trading a funded account, and this is not going to be conducive to good trade. We have a delta surge right there. That's what I'm looking for as well. But it has to close up here. Okay. It has to close up here. We had 137 contracts kick off on a 5 minute. It has to close up here. Okay. That's the thing. And we had a buy and bounce, but looks like it's getting absorbed. You see that right there, the little box right there? That's a buy and bounce area. What I'm looking to do, I could possibly try and get this done tonight. Uh, because this will actually be good. Have the buy and bounce. This is a buy and bounce, but have it come out a little bit further, okay? Just so we can see. And if it trades through it, if it starts trading through it, then it will just cut off that area right there, and you'll just see this, okay? That's what I would like to do, and I'll try and get that done. All right, well, I guess we're open. So sit on your hands, folks. Don't be doing anything, man. Just sit on your stinking hands. This market is going to be nutty. See what I'm talking about? Just sit on your hands for the first 5 minutes. Don't do anything. The market ain't going to go nowhere. Let me close this compile window out. Just sit on your hands. There's no reason to trade. That's overnight session. Let me update this to New York session, RTH. Okay. Just sit on your hands, folks. Just sit on your hands. But that's what I'm looking for. Okay. I'm looking for, we got 108 sell, 137 sell. Okay. The 5 minute settings, the 5 minute settings here. Let me show you my settings real quick on the 5 minute. 5 minute settings, you can take a screenshot. I'm only showing the price line. We have a delta surge of 100. I'm not even showing the delta surge on that, only on the tick chart. I'm setting aggregated volume, large volume of 100. Resting orders, not even showing that. I've got a tick merge of 8. Yeah, maybe we'll do 4. Got a tick merge of 4. Okay, maybe not. Uh, all right, I gotta fix that too. I gotta fix that. Uh, QM6. Let me make a note of that. All right, let me make a note of that. Wow, we are just cranking up, man. I don't know if I quite like that update. Don't worry about the 5 minute. My 5 minutes going to be a little bit wacky. I think I might have to fix that update there. Got a delta surge of 77. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not going to release that out. Wow. I might have to revert that. Yeah, that's not going to be conducive. Um, I got to rethink how I'm going to do that. Come on, man. Uh, All right. Wow, we were just going straight up. This is I think it was that auto recenter is just crap. All right, I got in on a little bit of this. The reason I got in is because we have a delta surge of 75. We have multiple stacked buy-in balances. You see all those delta surges, and we closed above it. Okay, but we are extended extremely big. Okay, um, I got in here and then I just got out. I flattened it. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna push my luck. Um, it was just a few points, and the reason I did it, the reason I got in is because I'm looking at the 5 minute. Okay, the 5 minute is definitely green. We had a buy and balance area, and we are okay. The reason I got in, we had all this buy and balance right here. We had all the delta surge right there. We had a delta surge of 75, not too much. But as soon as we started breaking that area right there, I went on ahead and got in. And once I just got out because we were just kind of drifting back, and I was like, I'm just going to cut it. So I just cut it. Okay. That is what I like to see, is something like that. Okay. Let me get the moving average up here. The reason I cut it quickly is because we have extended quite a bit from the moving average here. Okay, we've extended quite a bit from the moving average, and that's why I cut the trade. We've extended from the moving average, and I just wanted to get a quick scalp in right in this area right here. It was just a handful of micros. It's really nothing. Uh, and I have really downsized because of this market is not conducive. You got IMF World Echo Outlook at 9 a.m. Okay, at 9 a.m. 10 is Israel Lebanon talks at 10 o'clock. We got so much going on. It's just nuts. It's just nuts how much we got going on. This is not a good trade. You had a big buy and balance area, but we closed down in here. I don't like that. Okay, the buy and balance area, like this buy and balance right here, we closed up here. That's what I like, with a delta surge. Okay. That's why you can scalp yourself like 5, 10 points pretty easily normally on those. Okay. We had a delta surge on here, 109, but we closed below it. See that delta surge, those dots? We closed below it. Don't like that. We had delta surge of 110. We closed up here and we broke that area, but more than likely you got stopped out. Once you start seeing all of this negative volume, you just need to cut the trade. I'm looking at a volume profile on this because with the volume profile, I like to look to see where we're at. Right now, you look at all this volume. It's almost like a P shape volume. Okay. Nice P shape volume. Okay. That's normally bullish. Okay. We could be drifting right back down. You got to be careful. If you're taking counter trend trades, you got to be careful. Um, you know, 1,000 tick chart might be a little. Okay. I got in on this. The reason I did is because we're breaking this. We had a sell and bounce area. It had that 103 contracts that got absorbed. I've already took some off, and I'm going to get stopped out on the break even. I've already took some off, and I got stopped out on the break even, which is totally fine. It's a counter trend trade, just a real quick scalp. Um, the reason I did it is because we have multiple buy and bounce areas. We have big, huge delta right there. We had a delta surge of 89. You really can't see the dots. Like right up in here, you had that delta surge, and then you get in here. Once you start seeing weakness, just cut the trade, move to a break even. Uh, Also, right up here, you have 103 buyers. Okay, you have 103 buyers on a wick. Okay, and you've got most of the volume sitting up here, and you got 103. And look where we closed. We closed below that. Right there is absorption of those 103. That is a big rejection. Okay, so that's why I'm thinking I could have scalped myself some off a little bit right here. That's why I think I could have scalped my here. Let me just go to a solid chart. We got 167, 165. This goes within 100 milliseconds of each other, so these numbers could be. It got 165 single buy. This is 165. This is pretty significant. Okay, you have 167 buy orders within 100 milliseconds. Okay, one contract is 165. Okay, one contract is 165 orders. 165 contracts in one order. I can't think today. 67. I mean that's huge. Man, this thing is just ripping, man. This thing is just ripping. Up, down, up, down. This is just crazy town. All right, come on. I got it. I got it. That's not conducive. Come on, man. I'm sorry, guys. I've reverted the code, but I need to compile it. Oh, come on, man. Oh my god, this is driving me nuts. I can't believe this. I can't trade like this shit. This is just some. Come on, man. You guys ain't getting that update. All right. I reverted it. Now I got to get back in. That's enough to drive you nuts. Boy, that was a bad code. All right. Well, that was enough to drive you nuts. Don't worry about that. All right, I'm still gonna be yeah, this is version 1.2. Get back here. Man, that was enough to drive you nuts. I gotta rethink how I'm gonna do that. I gotta rethink how I'm gonna do that. Hmm. You had a buy and bounce up here, and you got delta surge, and if it closes below, man, I wouldn't short this market. This thing is just going straight the hell up. This is just really, really difficult to trade. This is why I've gotten. This is why I'm trading off 1,000 tick chart, and this is also why I have downsized drastically. This is why I have downsized drastically, people. This is why you downsize because of market conditions like this. Look at that shit. You got 103. If you look at a 5 minute, you got 103 buyers, 175 buyers, 113 buyers. Two of those buyers got absorbed, but they're still moving up. It's hard to take a short with this market going up. Any other time, that would be a valid short right here. Any other time, this would be a valid short right here. This right here, this delta surge, break of this, a valid short. But now we got a buy and bounce, and it looks like we could going straight back up. That's why I've downsized because this market is just whacked out of its mind. The market's gone crazy. Like hardly anything. I mean, the only thing that you can do is really trade. The only thing you can really do is just trade the highs and the lows of it. Like any other time, this would be a really valid short right here. I mean, you're only going to get about 10 points, but But that's what you're looking for when you're scalping. You're not looking for home runs. You can leave runners on, but you're not looking for home runs. Sometimes that runner will get you a home run. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes it will get you a home run. Sometimes it won't. On the 5 minute, you got 103 buyers, 175 buyers. You got 113 buyers up top that got absorbed. And we got like a little spinning top there on the previous 5 minute. It's not looking too hot. Wow. Wow. Look at that shit. Yeah, this is just nuts. I mean, it's 950. We got some up there. You had 113 buyers. You had a buy and bounce right here that just got absorbed, but absolutely nothing means it means nothing just because, well, we're sloping up on the 5 minute. This moving average is very key. Okay. This moving average is very key. We're sloping upwards on the 5 minute moving average. We had 103 buyers got absorbed. We had 175 buyers, 160 60 contracts in one single order. We closed above. 113 buyers got absorbed. We're basically a doji candle, and then the current 5 minute, we're just sitting here kind of like inside the previous 5 minute. Okay. That so that really does not, it's not telling me much. So what I'm looking to do, is once you get up here good enough, I'm looking for a pullback on the 5 minute is what I'm looking for. Look at this. Buyers closed. Buy and balance trading below it. Okay, this is, and look at the 113, and then we ran down. That is showing we've got some weakness. That is telling me we have weakness. Yeah, that's not. I put some code in there to auto recenter when we get close to the top, but it's just not. I wrote the code this morning, so and I had to revert it. I mean, right now I'm back on version 1.2.2. On the 5 minute, I'm still using .3. You don't have that version because I'm testing it, and quite frankly, I don't like it. So I'm gonna have to rethink how I want to do this. Uh, I need to rethink how I want to do this chart. Uh, the profile, the volume profile is in beta. That's free to use, and we actually looking. Uh, we got a sell and bounce area right here on the current tick chart, current 1,000 tick chart. You got a sell and bounce. We could be coming back down to the moving average. You got 165 buy contracts. You see that 165 right there? You see this yellow right here? That's telling you the largest single order contract was right there. Oh, now we got 101 right there. So you've got some stinking buyers in this market. Man, I wouldn't be shorting this thing with Trump's money. I just stinking would not do it, man. Uh, just, if you guys are trading, please downsize. I have downsized. I'm not slinging around 2 or 3 minis. This market is just whacked out of its mind. It's like, oh man, I shouldn't say that. Well, maybe I should. No, I ain't gonna say it. I'll get canceled. Uh, so that 214 buyers, but where are we going to close? Okay, you had 101 buy contracts right here. You had 101 buy contracts right here. Okay, 101 right there. As you can see, 101. It says 214 right here, and it says 178 right here. That's because these bubbles right here are created within 100 milliseconds. So there could have been a few more orders on this one by the time it got calculated. So that's what that means. Man, I just can't do that. I can't. I was thinking about buying this break right here, but I can't do it. Uh, we have a buy contract. We have an inside bar right here. Uh, the problem is that it closed down in here. We have a buy and bounce, but we have that big wick, and I just don't like that. If it closed, if we had a bar and it closed like right here, and all of that was green, and we closed up top, then yeah, that's a go sign. But I just see, you see what I'm talking about? I just don't like how it was down here and we had a buy and bounce that got absorbed and we moved down. I mean, granted, the buy and bounce is extremely low volume. I mean, look at that, very low volume. So, you see what I'm talking about? Why I didn't want to take it? That's why I didn't want to take that crap. Uh, Learn to think for yourself. Can you send me an email at support@orderflow.com? Just send me an email, a screenshot, and detailed information on what you're looking for. I can't read uh, the chat right now. Yeah. And I can't take a short right here because the odds are not in my favor. Look at all this green, all this large buying right here. The moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. You got large buyers right here, single order contract large buyers. That's just not putting the odds in my favor of going short. I mean, it could work out. It could work out, but I'm just not inclined to do that because the way that I think about this, you got 165 single order contract, single order, 165 contracts, single order, 101 contracts. Okay, you got 100 of it within 100 milliseconds of buy-in. You have to think about the financial interest of who is throwing in that kind of size. Their financial interest is going to be protected. Okay. All this right here is a financial interest. This right here, 165 single order contract, 101 single order with 100 and some contracts. That right there is some big players. You're going to need another big player to take them on to go short. Wow, look, see what I'm talking about? They got financial interest. Are they going to push this thing back up? We have no idea. Look at that big whip. That's a little concerning. Um, yeah, I can't go short. I just can't go short with these with all these large buyers right here. With all these large buyers, I just can't go short. I just can't go short with all these large buyers. I mean, you can tell by the price action on a 1,000 tick chart. They're trying to push them down. Let's look at the. Let's get this down. Let's look at NQM6. Let's look at a live pulse. Kind of like how we would. Uh, resting orders of 20. Very little right there. So I got, okay, we got 40 resting offers up here. We got a sell and bounce right here that got absorbed on this candle on this previous 1,000 tick chart. Um, Whoa. All right, we're coming back down to the 5 minute moving average. If we close below the 5 minute moving average on a 5 minute, that is going to be bearish. You could get them longs up there caught on the wrong side. But you got, 7 at 7:10, you got about, 40 resting bids right there, about 40 resting bids at, 7:10. You got some low volume on this tick chart. It's just kinda low volume. You can see that on the live pulse. 7:39, they got some resting offers, 40 resting offers at 7:39. 5 minute has basically did a spinning top. That's an indecision candle. If we break below it and we close below it, that's gonna be bearish. If we close above it, that just could be more consolidation. I don't think we could break the highs just because look at this absorption up in here. That, uh, I mean, you could trade up above that. We need that delta to start surging. We got a delta surge on that 1,000 tick chart, but it's getting absorbed. I can't buy the break of that because that delta surge got absorbed, so I can't do that. We got 44 resting offers at 746. Even though that would have been slightly profitable, look at that. They got see, I just couldn't do this. Okay. I just could not buy with this delta surge right here, with just one little dot. We had a buy and bounce and we closed down here. I just can't buy that. That's not that's not my trading plan. I can't break my rule. I just can't break my rule. Okay. This market is complete trash with the way that I trade. It's just my style of trading is not conducive to this. Now we got buy and bounce right here. We got buy and bounce right here. It's 300 in positive delta, but we're right. I mean, you got 300 positive delta. I'll try to take a stab at it, but this is not. We're right at the point of control. Man, they just keep pushing this down. We got to get going. I'm going to have to cut this crap. Okay, get going, get going, get going. All right, I cut it. I just don't like it. The reason I got in is because this buy and bounce, we broke this area right here. We had a delta of 309. Okay, but we just sitting there grinding, grinding, grinding. So we got up in this area, and I just cut the stinking trade. I just got out because I'm frustrated with it. We got 38. We got sit 761. You see him sitting up there. You see him sitting up here. That was actually a good trade, but I just got frustrated with it and cut it too early. Yeah, because of crap like that, you come up here and you're gonna get it. You can't 761, you got 40 resting on the offers at 761. Um, I mean, I got in because we had this nice buy-in balance, and plus we had this big, nice volume up here. Okay, so I got in on the break of that, but we were just stinking up, down on this candle right here, and it was just not good. And then we finally ran as soon as we got up in here. I just cut the stinking trade. And it was working for you because that spinning top right here on the 5 minute, you were trading up above it. Okay. That was a nice little trade. I just got frustrated with it because, well, that's just the way I am right now with this market. I'm very frustrated with it. What I'm seeing is a lack of large single order contracts, and also a lack of just orders. You had 103, 175, 113. I'm just seeing a lack of real big players working the market. And see, this 214, I mean, 100 of it was one single order. Um, yeah. Oh, okay. Now I know what you're talking about. So your 1 minute resting orders is different from overnight session to New York session. Yeah, that is correct. So in order for me to do that, which is not a problem, here I got to really pay attention what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, that can be done. Uh, we got some resting offers up here at 768. Okay, right around 770, you got about six. I was going to say 600. You got 60, 50 to 60 up there at 770 resting offers up there. Boy, are they going to get us consumed? Ooh, look at this. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting, folks. You got buying bounce. You got a delta surge up there. To getting ready to break this. Um, it's 400 positive delta on the previous 1,000 tick chart. I mean, what are they doing to this market? What are they doing? I'm moving to a break even. Comes past that volume area, I'm getting the hell out. I'll explain this trade later. It wasn't ideal, but hey, all right, I'm out. I don't like that. Um, all right. All right, let me come on, man. I don't even know my own commands. We had some buy and balances right here. We had large buy right here. We had Delta surge. We closed right at basically at the Delta surge area. Okay, let me really zoom this in. The reason I got in on the break of this right here, and then I just got out right here for about, it wasn't 12 points, it was like 8 points. Okay, but the main reason is you have all this buy and balance, but it's kind of low volume on 1,000 tick chart, but you had 100 uh, contracts come into the market within 100 milliseconds. You had 203 delta surge within 100 milliseconds. Delta surge here, delta surge here. I'll have to explain the delta surges. And then once we broke that area right there, this is not an ideal trade. It's not an A plus setup. Okay. An A plus setup would be a close up in here. Okay. And so I got in here, but the reason I got out is because I started seeing the volume dry up, and once I started seeing this volume start kicking in, I'm like I'm done, and we kind of spiked down here. Um, but that was just a real short hyper scalp, um, and that's the way I do it on these tick charts. That is how I do it. This is not an ideal setup, but also look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, look where we were at on the 5 minute. And the reason why I took the trade. Okay, the 5 minute. Oh shoot! What the? All right, turn the chart trader off. Turn the chart trader off. Oh my word! Oh no, that's a sim account because I'm not even. Uh, okay, I don't care about that. I got my order box over here. I got the OFB entry up above. There's a reason why I set that to Sim 01 because of stuff like that. I got my entry box over here. Okay. Uh, I got my entry box right over here. This is my entry box. And I'm trading MNQs. Okay. And I have downsized big. Uh, there ain't no slinging 2-3 minis for me. Not until this market gets back to being a conducive market to trade. But you got 99 contracts. You had 10 of it, single order. Okay, it's filled within 100 milliseconds. So that's 99 right there. It's filled within 100 milliseconds. That's 59. So probably within 50 milliseconds, there was more orders that came in. So we were green on the 5 minute. We were green, moving average sloping upwards. We've deviated quite far from it, but the 5 minute is green and above the moving average, and moving average sloping upwards. And we got big resting orders. So on a 1,000 tick chart, that's a go sign. Not an A plus setup, but you break the high right there. Where's your support? Your support's down here. Where was my stop? My stop was like right here. Okay, my stop was right there because I'm like, I need momentum to start going upward. And if it's not going upward, then I'm getting out. Okay. This is this market, and the way things are right now. You just got to downsize. I mean, you got the 5 minute being whacked out of its mind again with the code I wrote this morning. Don't worry about it. You ain't getting that one. You're going to get a different version. Uh, I'll work on that. I will work on that tonight. Because the main thing is when you get way up here, Okay, when you get way up here, I need a way to be able to look above, so I need more price to scroll to pan upwards. Uh, the 5 minute is doing it pretty decently, but I just don't like that auto recenter because it just kinda like goes a little crazy on you. Goes a little crazy on you. All right, I think it's for think for yourself. Yeah. So basically, what you want, like you're on a 1 minute, okay, and this is going to be for all the time frames. Basically, you're on a 1 minute. You basically want resting orders for uh, ETH or electronic trading hours, and you want resting orders for RTH, real time trading hours, New York session. That if I do that, which is possible, I mean, that's pretty easy to do. You just put another setting in there, resting orders for overnight resting orders for New York. Uh, it's going to go off. I could probably change this VP profile. I'll just change the name of it to session to RTH. So if you're on RTH, it's going to use the resting orders of RTH. If you're on ETH, it's going to use the overnight sessions right here. Okay. So yeah, I can do that. All right, you got resting orders up here. You got about 100 of them sitting up there around 790. Um, yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem. What we got any news coming out? That's far. All right. All right, we got a buy and bounce up here. I just wouldn't take it. Why? Because we're right up at the stinking top. Um, the market just keeps going friggin' up. The market just keeps going friggin' up. This was a nice little run up and then a pullback. The problem with the pullback is it's 289 delta, 127 delta. That 22 delta, that was a nice sign right there. Plus, you had a buy and bounce right there, and you had a buy and bounce right there. I mean, you could get in here and put your stop down here. I mean, that right there would be roughly about 10 points. Okay, that's fine. Uh, okay, that's fine. Um, Yeah, so the resting orders will be fine. Resting orders for ETH, RTH. That's pretty easy to do. I'm just going to rename. I'm just going to rename this setting right here. This VP profile. I'm just going to rename that to session, and I'll probably just put it up here, up top at the very beginning, so you can choose what session you want when you click on settings. Just choose what session, and that would just automatically just go off of that. Uh, yeah. So you got a lot of buy and balance with the Delta surge. They just keep pushing this daggone thing. You got 113 orders at 25,800. They just keep pushing this stinking thing. They just keep pushing. 119 wrestling orders at 25,800. 150 wrestling orders, 25,800. You got buy and bounce up there with Delta Surge that's getting absorbed. You had 99 buy contracts, but we closed below it. That's rejection. Uh, you got 5 minute moving upwards. Okay, 5 minute previous 5 minute is yeah. This is really hard to short. I mean, look at the 5 minute. The thing has been moving up. I mean, look at a 5 minute. We had it up. We had a little pullback. That right there. If you're playing a 5 minute, that right there would be a nice 50-point run, and your risk is down here at about 30 points. So that is pretty daggone good. I might even have to start playing off a really longer term time frame with this market. To be quite honest, it's really hard to scalp with the volatility of this thing. So I might just have to switch to a 2 minute or something. I don't know. Maybe look at the 15-minute context and trade a 2 minute chart. Oh, what we got here? Well, we ain't got much. I had a couple winners, couple losers. Um, it's like yesterday. I'm not getting anywhere. Yesterday, later on in the afternoon, I kind of traded more, and yesterday I lost like $80. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, so we got some spending tops up here. You got that large buyer right there. You got buy and bounce, but you got these little doji candles right here. I'm thinking if we start breaking this area right here, we could go down to at least 752 down in this area where the moving average is. I mean, that right there would roughly be about 30 points. Uh, yeah, we just keep going. Should I try and do one? Man, this market is hard to short there, man. You got all these buyers right up in here. You got all these buyers at a 5 minute. That is just, yeah. You got 153 buys that came in. They do not want this market to go down. They are propping this crap up. Okay, 500 positive delta. Man, I can't. I just can't buy. I just can't do it. I just cannot buy up here. I mean, this is nuts. I've had some winners. I've had some losers this morning. I am basically break even. I mean, this is a good signal right here. This is really good for going up. You had large buyer, a delta surge of 75. The delta surge is right here. We closed above it. You got all these buy and bounce right here. I mean, that's a go sign to go up. The problem is, look at the 5 minute. We've deviated from the moving average so stinking much. Normally, when you deviate, you see how it ran up here, deviated, and it came back down to the moving average. And I can't buy up here. I need a friggin' pullback. But knowing this crazy market, the daggone thing will keep going another 100 points. All you got Israel and Lebanon talking. What time is that? That's already happening. Where are we at? Where are we at? Yeah, 10 o'clock. They're already talking. Israel Lebanon talks. Yeah, that's going to come pretty decent. That's going to be a good outcome, I bet. All right, we got 235 resting bids at 790. That is substantial resting bids. Um, 240 resting bids at 790. 50 resting offers at 810. Uh, yeah, they're looking to prop this crap up, man. Look at that. 235 resting bids at 790. Yeah, they're gonna I mean, can we go down there and test them? Can we go down there and test them? I mean, come on there, Biz. Just let us get down to 790 and test this crap. It's not very much. It's just like 15 points, man. It's like 15 points. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yeah, it's like 15 points. Come on. Let's go test it. Let's go test the 790s at least. Don't be going straight up like you've been doing. So it's 10:30. Oh, man, break even day. This is just boring. I am so tired of all this conflict stuff. Well, I don't know if we're going to go down there and test it or not. I'm I got chart trader turned off. Yeah. Um, I got my execution box over here. Okay, there's my execution box. I got the execution box over here. Um, I'm using the OFB entry and I'm just doing hotkeys. I'm using OFB entry and I just enabled the hotkeys. Okay. Are we going to go test them 790s? Oh, don't make me do this. Don't make me do that. Because before I missed a trade the other week like this, I was waiting for 5 more points to come right down to it and then it ran up without me. We got 60 sitting, 50 some sitting on the bids at 791. So let's see if they yank this, if they can get down there. We got some big selling volume coming in here. Um, it ain't too big. All right. All right. We're testing it. We're filling. You know, this is, I don't think this needs to be a little bit wider, maybe. Let me come back here. So if they yank that crap, you got to get out. If they yank that crap, you got to get out, folks. I just moved back to a break even. I'm just going to go ahead and scalp that off a little bit. Um, I got in up in here. Got in up in here, and I just took some off for about 5 points. I just don't like it. We're bouncing off of it again. That's pretty nice. If I wasn't talking, I could have hotkeyed it again. They're not even filling it, man. They're not even filling it. You know, I developed this live pulse mode uh, because I was thinking, you know, some people that are using like Bookmap and stuff might find it useful. Well, we got some big, large orders coming in. Why can't you do that down there at 790? Why can't you do that down at 790, you little turds? They do this deliberately to tick me off. All right, we got 240 sitting on the bids at 24,800. Uh, yeah, they're still sitting out. Why can't you do that crap at 790, you little turd? All right, well, they're still sitting there on the bids at 200 at 795, 795 at 230 bids at 795. Um, well, we got some absorption up here, but that ain't meaning nothing, man. Any other time that absorption would mean something. You're breaking that, and it's a go sign. But yeah, I wouldn't be doing that crap. You want to know why? Because of this right here, just sitting there. I wouldn't be doing that crap. Okay, I just wouldn't be doing any other time, that'll be awesome. 105 orders with the Delta surge, and you got basically a shooting star candle. That right there is absorption. That's a go sign to go short. Okay, that's a go sign to go short. The problem is you're down here at 796. You got about 230 bids at 796. That's telling you that they're interested in buying. Plus, you got to buy and bounce right up in here. Okay, you got to buy and bounce right up in here. Okay, you got all that positive delta right there, and you're trying to go short. Okay, that's a little bit. Eh. Like I said, I wouldn't short this money. I wouldn't short this market with Trump's money. Ah. Here, hold on, I'll be right back. Ah. Oh, okay. I went to go talk to the wife, and we ended up going, sweet, look at that. Are you going to go down, mother lover? I need to stop talking to the stinking wife. Um, we got about 200 sell orders. Look at all them buyers with that buying interest right there, though. Are they going to get caught? As we don't know. That's 192 sell contracts in one single order. That's 192 sell contracts in one single order. Okay. They got to break through all this positive bids right here. They got to break through the 37s. They got to eat them bad boys up. They got to eat them bad boys up. If we lose, if we're starting to lose this volume area right here, boom, come on, man, come on, 114. We got 373 negative delta on the previous. This is not really a really good trade, to be quite honest. This ain't a really good trade, to be quite honest. If we can get through this positive delta right there, that would be good. 125 positive delta. If we come on down, all right, I'm out. Um, you know, I wrote this thing. We got 192 single order contract. Okay, we have 211 of it. 211 of it in 100 milliseconds. Okay, we had all this negative volume with that delta right there. Okay, this right here. If you look at this, the way I developed these volume profiles. Okay, these are volume bars. Okay, there's a reason why I got out of that trade. Okay, there's a reason why I got out because of that crap right there. Um, but right here, you have all this negative volume right there. The big dark opacity means high negative delta. We had volume right here that we were breaking this area right here with that big positive negative delta, and I was looking at the delta to make sure it was starting to climb, and it was. The reason I got out is because of this right here. That 79 delta was not moving. I need it to keep moving. I need for it to keep moving. That's just me. I need for it to keep moving. Also, I'm not holding trades, and I'm not really. That right there was. I'm positive for today. That right there. That right there. I did not leave a runner at all. I'm just flattening trades because I don't trust this stinking market. I don't trust this stinking market. Okay. But that's why I got in. We had 192 single order with 192 contracts. 211 of it happened within 100 milliseconds. Okay. You got that volume right there, and then you got that volume right there that's building as we're breaking it. You got that volume right there. So I got in weak volume. The delta's not moving down. I needed for it to move really down, and it wasn't. So I just cut the trade. Why? Well, because the 5 minute is still sloping upwards. We're still bullish. We're still bullish. We're still sloping upwards. Look at the large volume profile right here. The largest single order was the sell contract, which was 192, which was this one right here. The rest of them buy right here. 728 buy, 719 somewhere around there buy. There's all stinking buy, large single order buys. None on the sell side except for this one right here. So that's why I just went on ahead and got out, and also took the trade because I needed to do something. And this was not an ideal trade. The reason why is because, granted, we have this big sell orders right here, okay, and look at the big negative. Look at that. You see that volume right there? That volume right there? That was nice red volume right there. Well, blue violet for me. And 211. That's huge. But look where we closed. Look at that big wick right there. Look at that big wick right there. This is not an A plus setup. If we closed down here, oh man, that's a go sign to to slam in a couple more contracts, okay, and peel some off, and then move to a break even. That's a go sign for that. Um, but that looks like almost like a hammer, man. And the only reason I took the trade is because this volume right here and the big negative delta right there. So I just took the trade thinking I could probably scalp me off 10 points. I couldn't even get 10 points. So I was like, all right, yeah, I couldn't even get 10 points. So screw it. You know, another stinking day of just friggin' getting nowhere. This is the way it's been for friggin' weeks. I mean, this is the way it's been for weeks. We've got 80 resting offers up there, 25,800. What we got down at the bottom? We got nothing down at the bottom, really. We really ain't got nothing down at the bottom. Um, yeah, we really ain't got nothing. I'm using 1,000 tick chart, just because the volatility in this market and the swings that we are getting. That's just me. I might even try like tomorrow. I might go with a 60 range bar. Uh, oh my word, it's 10:46. Well, I'm green for today. Very little. It's better than being red. I mean, a couple $100 ain't not. What we got here? You gotta be careful because you got that large seller right there, and we're consolidating on this tick chart right here. You got 70 wrestling offers up there at 800. 75 at 800, 70 offers, 75, 70, 80 offers at 800, 80 offers at 800. What you got on downside? Got nothing. Well, they're filling. You got 75. They're filling. If we go below that 75, they could drift it down. Here, let me just clear this out. All right, I'll just clear that out. They're definitely filling. They're at the 800s. They're refreshing the bids, it looks like. Starting to slowly lift the offer. Are we going to get a run up to 815 and test them up there? We have no idea. All I know is right in this area right here is not where I want to be trading. We got Delta surge of 82. Delta surge of 82. I mean, I just can't. I wish they would end this stuff. I really wish they would. We need the good times to come back. We don't need no more, uh well, at least we got rid of the Bushes, they done. We got rid of Obama, he done. Biden, he done. Trump, he's still this is his last time. We need somebody back. We need like a Bill Clinton back up in office. We need a Bill Clinton back up in the office. He was a man's man. Give him a box of cigars and a tender app. That man will work some numbers on the economy. We need another Bill Clinton back up in here. Here's the thing. I hate the Democrats and I hate the Republicans. You put them in a bag together, shake them up, and throw them on the table. You can't tell the difference. Politician is a politician. But Bill Clinton, he was a man's man. Um, all right. All right. What we got up in here? Well, it's 10:50. I'm green for today. Maybe I shouldn't push my luck. Look at this crap. This is just horrendous. I ain't seen no stinking trap buyer or seller. What they actually filling down up in here? You see that? They actually filling pretty good up in here too. Look at all that big negative delta. Uh, Here on the live pulse, you see that 180 right there? See that 180? That actually, that's not going to show up here because it needs to happen in a certain time period. You got 124. You see that how dark green that is? That 72 is dark green. That means big positive delta. Okay, when the bubbles are real light opacity, that just means light delta. We got a buy and bounce on a 1,000 tick chart right here, but we're still like in a balanced area right here. Okay, the market traded off. And we're still in like in a balanced area. Could be we're in the big bounce area. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minute, we're in the big bounce area. Okay, I'm gonna do a settings video. See, what do I need to do tonight? Oh, look at that, 300 free and positive delta. We got buy and bounce, buy and bounce. You got some buy and bounces. You got about 40 sitting on the offer up there at 810. They eating them. Are you eating them? Yep, they eating them. They eating. They eating. The big dogs are eating. Well, actually, the big dogs ain't eating because I don't see no big orders. I'm getting all excited for nothing. They're gonna eat, eat, mother lovers. Because okay, listen here, NQ. I'm positive for today. I ain't giving my shit back to you. So you're going to have to give me something good because I ain't taking this one. I ain't taking that. No, I ain't taking that. You're going to have to give me something good because I want to get more greener. I'm all excited about being green, and we're talking very little green, man. We're talking like a couple $100. This ain't good. Your boy ain't doing good. I was passing evals left and right a while back. You know, I started this application right here because I was using something like this personally. I just kind of threw it together and I was using it personally, and I was making like 1,500 $1,000 days. You know, there was a couple of days where I made like a couple of thousand. I think the highest day I've ever done trading this style of trading was like $3,000 in one day on an eval. That was actually pretty good. Oh, we got big dog eating right there. Look at that 160. They eating. Problem is we got a spinning top up here with the buy and bounce right here with the delta surge that got absorbed right here. And if you look right up in here, they got absorbed right here. They got a buy and bounce with delta surge. You got a spinning top candle. Are they going to come back down here? Because that's all we've been stinking doing is just this. Okay, that's all we've been stinking doing. You got some resting offers up here. Where them resting offers at? We got about 100 resting offers at 8.25. Got about 100 resting offers at 8.25. They might go test them. 8.25. They might go test them. That's actually at the highs right there, though. Yeah. See, I need to get this. I need to be able to pan up when you're up this high. When you're up this high, you need to be able to pan up. Okay. That's what I was trying to write the code for this morning, but kind of got jacked up a little bit. I didn't have enough coffee. We got look at that. We got 410. Whoa, we got some big dogs eating. The big dogs are eating. We got about 90 sitting on the offer up there, 8.25, 8.25. Come on, go test them there, big dogs. Big dogs are eating. What you need to do is you need to let the big dogs eat and pick up the crumbs. Like my dad told me, don't screw with no dog that's eating. Let the big dogs eat and pick up the crumbs. They got about 90 some sitting on the offer up there, 8.25. They still sitting there, man. Previous 1,000 tick chart, we had some large buyers up there. We had a delta surge and we closed below it. That right there is telling me absorption. Absorption for the buyers, kind of like what we had up here earlier with that 105 right there, and we kind of moved back on down. I don't know. I don't know if we break that low right there. We break that low with some good positive, good negative delta. What am I talking about? Good negative delta. Right now we're delta neutral on this current 1,000 tick chart. Now we're getting a little delta right there. We need a big large buyer stepping in. Big large seller. If you want this thing to drift down, you need some big sellers coming in. We got that 134 selling, but they still stacking up on the bids. Look at them stacking on the bids over there. You see right here? You see right here? They just refreshing. They keep refreshing right there. You got to look at them numbers. See, just 20. Whoa, we got some big dogs eating. You got some big ones eating. You got some biggers. The big ones are eating. The big ones are eating. Boy, I wasn't trying to short this market with Trump's money, to be quite honest. This is. Look at him propping that shit up. Look at him propping that shit up. Boy, they just propping this stuff right on up, ain't they? Look at that 118 orders right there. It didn't happen within 100 milliseconds. It didn't happen quickly enough. I don't know what I have this set to, but there are a lot of pulse. I have to look at the code, but um, yeah. Here, let me get my execution ready just in case something happens. Let's recenter this. You still got about 90 sitting up there at 8.25. They're not able to break that 8.25, man. They're not able to break that 8.25. I just got in. I'll explain to you why later. Ready? I'm back out. There's a reason why I got in. Okay, there's a reason why I got in. Very little right there. All right. Right here. This is 1,000 tick chart. I have to go to a tick chart because this friggin' market is just whacked out of its mind right here. But I've been sitting here waiting and waiting and waiting. We had a buy and bounce up in here. Okay, we had a buy and bounce right there that got absorbed. Earlier we had a big buyer and buy and bounce that got absorbed. Okay, we closed below right here with some pretty big negative delta right up in this area, but we were positive at 239 delta, and that's because of this right here. Okay, but once we started trading below this area right here, I was thinking about going short, but then I was like, no, because we got this volume right up in here. So what I was thinking is on this candle right here, once we started getting short right up in here, once we start breaking that with all this big selling volume, okay, and then once I saw once I saw the negative delta come in, also we had a delta surge. Here, let me switch candles. Boom. This might make it a little bit easier. Um, so we broke this area right here. We had delta surge of negative 81. The delta surge was right there. So I was like, okay, it's a go time. I saw the sell and bounce. It's a go time. And then I just come in here and then I just got scalp me out a little bit. Okay. You have to get in here. I got out just because as soon as we got a pop down, I was like, I just closed it. But why? Because this market is just whacked out of its mind. I don't trust it. We got inside bar right there. You can probably go short right up in here. Uh, Let me switch back to a delta chart. No, oh my word. Let me switch back to a volume chart. Okay. This right here any other time is good to go because right here you got an inside bar, did not break the high there, did not break the low. Once we do start breaking this area, the low right there, that's a go sign. Okay. That's a go sign. I missed this trade. That's a go sign right there. You got about 5 points. In this type of market, I'd be locking in me some profits right there. Okay. Because of this right here. Okay. I'd be locking me in some. Okay. I'd be locking. I missed this trade because I was explaining the other one. But this is what I like to see. I like to see it run up and this right here. Okay. You've got 239 delta, but this right here, you got 215 delta. You got an inside bar right here, basically delta neutral. I mean, it's 25, but once you start breaking that area right there, and you see this right here, you can break that area right there. I mean, once you start seeing the volume dry up in this area, you just need to sell you some and move to a break even. Actually, when it pops down, I always just break even. Okay, I just break even, especially the way this market is. Um, I'm trading hotkeys on the OFE entry uh, window, so uh, I hope this is making sense. But the reason I like this is because look at all that negative delta right there. That negative volume, negative delta. You had a delta surge right up in here. I need to probably figure out how to make that better. But on a regular candle, it looks all right. Um, you got sell and bounce right here. You got sell and bounce right here. You had a little inside bar that with a wick, and we closed down. Okay, that's good. So when you break this area right here, you just go ahead and get in. Okay, once you get that surge down, hey, you got in this type of market condition, you got to trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana. So boom. See banana, take banana. We got another inside bar right here with the doji. You got sell and bounce right here. The delta's at 85. You got 90 sitting on the bid at 790. If you cannot break that 790, then you really need to start thinking of getting the heck out. Okay. Like right now, this would be if you're in up in here. I just got out just because I don't trust this market. I get me a little bit of money. I get a little bit greener. Uh, it counts up almost. It counts up. So, hey, like right there, we're not breaking. You got 100 sitting on the bid at 790. I'd probably be feel like taking some profits right now. But I've already took my profits when we kind of spiked down. That's just me. Because I've been reading this market, and when you get a spike down, just sell some, move to a break even. It's just this market is just wacky, wacky, wacky. Plus, you got to look at the 5 minute. You got to look at the 5 minute. Okay, what is the 5 minute telling you? Okay, the 5 minute is telling you we ran up, and when we run up, okay, this is auction market theory. Market finds value to the upside. Okay, and the market likes to balance around. Sometimes we run up and we don't balance. Okay, we had a little pullback. You could have gotten in here, put your stop down here, and you got yourself a nice little run up here for about 50 points. Okay, if you're trading off a 5 minute, I might start trading off a 5 minute. I have to lower my contract size. That's fine. Um, okay, this is what the market likes to do. Look at what we've been doing in the morning from 9:30. Okay, we ran up, pulled back, Okay. Then we had a nice little run, and now we are, people will call this like a bull flag, a run up, and then a flag. This is just auction market theory. The market likes to find value. The market found its value to the upside. And then we have an auction going on. You see all them buy and sellers. That's a nice little auction. Okay. This is where market makers love. Market makers love this type of area right here because that's where they make all their stinking money. Okay. They don't like big, huge spikes and crap like that because they don't. Sometimes they can lose money in that area. Right here, right here. Boom, boom. Okay, we got some action right here. We got some selling right here. Um, we got selling bounce with the close below. Not much volume, but if you get in on that break, you got to put your stop up here. I mean, I just don't like it just because of the way the market is. This market is just crazy. This market has just been crazy, man. Um, Also, when you're in an area like this, we've got the volume right here. You see, we're under the point of control. There we go. And it starts breaking that doji. When these really start breaking down, you got about 50 sitting on the bids at 766. It really needs to start eating through. You got to look at the 5 minute. Right now, you got that 128 offsides. Okay, you got that 128 that's offsides right there on the 5 minute. Uh, we really need to start breaking the 766. You got to look over here on the bids. All right, are they refreshing the bids? Yeah, they refresh it a little bit. They're holding it off. Uh, got more sitting there at 760. I need to stop explaining stuff and just friggin' trade. Um, all right. Yeah, right down in there when you start seeing the right there at 766, when they start reclaiming that and they start running up, you really gotta get out. What we I really I'm green for the day, but I mean, very I mean, it's little. I haven't been able to get any really good runners because there ain't nothing. But the good thing is we closed below the moving average and it's starting to flatline. If we can close this candle in the next 2 minutes below here, okay, in this area around 7, 7 and a quarter, right up in this area, this will be nice. Okay, you'll have a 128 right there. But the thing is, the reason we're not really moving anywhere is because look at all them buyers right there. You see those buyers right there? You see those buyers right there, 113, 159, 104, 100. I mean, you've got a lot of buy up in this area. You see all that, 159, 100, 104, 113. You got to think about the financial interest of all of those big dogs that we're eating, okay? Yeah, they probably took some of their profits up in here, but look at this. We kind of moved back down and look where we're kind of wicking out in. We're wicking out in that area right there where these buyers are, okay? I'm going to change up the volume profile a little bit, where you can actually choose if you want single orders or you want to show the volume of these bubbles right here will be actual volume profile. I'm going to be writing that code. Hopefully, I can get it out by next week. I'll be writing that. There'll be an update for that, but that's what I would like to do. These right here are single orders, okay? Um, on this volume profile right here are single orders. What I want to do is give you the choice of, do you want to see single orders or do you want to see single order contracts? Okay. Uh, yeah, that's what you got to look at. You can probably merge this volume profile right here. You can merge that volume profile right here. The tick merge on the volume profile. We'll just tick merge it to 4. Now look at it. It's a little bit better. Um, got a lot of buyers up in here, man. Look at all that just sitting there. Just sitting there chilling. Look at them just sitting there chilling. Yeah. I'm just going to clear this out. Um, so we closed below it right here. This current 5 minute is going to be the telling tale, more than likely. Is going to be the telling tale of what we're going to be doing. We got a buy and bounce right there. We got some big dogs eating again. Uh, well, they ain't eating too much. Well, we got a buy and bounce. That's actually pretty good. If you can break this high right here, but the problem is you're right here at the point of control, and I do not like trading right up in this area. You know, we need to have a really big sell off. We need to be down in the low value area. Okay, we need to be down in the low value area for me to be taking trades like that. At least down in here at like 7 up in this area. Okay, at least up in this area. Be taking trades like this. We haven't deviated from the 5 minute. If you're going to take a counter trend trade, you got to deviate from the 5 minute quite a bit. I mean, it could work out, and more than likely it will, but I just don't like it just because we're right up here in the point of control. Look at all that volume right there. This is where all most of the volume has been traded, is right up in here. Okay. Uh, yeah, I just don't like that. I really need to trade the live pulse more, kind of like the heat map trading stuff. Um, it's just that I have not traded stuff like that most of my trading career. Okay, this previous 1,000 tick chart is 55 negative delta. I mean, that's kind of, you could probably get a pop up here. Uh, at 803, you're going to come into some resistance at 803. You got about 40 on the offers at 803. You got them eating a little bit up in here. You got a buy and balance for support right there at the point of control. I just don't like taking these type of trades right at the point of control. Point of control shifted. I just don't like taking these types of trades, to be quite honest, because we're in a value. You see what I'm talking about? We're just in an area where it's not good. You really have to sit and wait, folks. You have to sit and wait. I mean, let's wait until we actually come down to this area, maybe. Okay, at least come wait until you get down to this area. Okay, wait until you come down into this area around 740. Okay, okay, and then try to get yourself a run back up to the point of control. Don't be taking stinking trades right up in here. The odds are not in your favor. You got to put the odds in your favor. You got to sit and wait, especially now. Holy smokes! In this type of market, man, my hyper scalping the way I used to scalp ain't working. So I got to change it up a little bit. So that's why I went back to 1,000 tick chart just to try to get some good direction. Because time charts in volatile markets, the way we spike, uh, time charts are they're okay, but you miss the moves. That's why I trade off of a tick chart or a volume profile. Not volume profile. Well, actually, I do trade off volume profile. What the hell is that? Range bar. I got all my funded account scalping off of range bars. Are you using the indicator or the add-on? You're using the indicator. When you say crashing, like, does it like straight up lock up Ninja Trader, or does it hard refresh the chart? Yeah. Um, yeah, that thing has been a problem. It's been a pain in my butt. Can you send me an email and just tell me what type of system you're trading on, like your CPU, your RAM? Uh, how many indicators are you running? Are you running just one chart, one order flow bars indicator, or are you running two or three charts with two or three order flow bars? Uh, so you're only just trading one. Do you have multiple windows open with multiple with the indicator on multiple windows? Yeah, I have another Windows with the regular order flow indicator and Delta profile. Yeah. All right, man. All right. We're coming back up here. Yeah. Who is this? 3470. I can't see the text. It's kind of, was it Harold 3470? Can you send me an email at support at orderflowbars.com? Just log into your profile. Send me an email and let me know. Uh, just let me know what kind of system you're running. Like what's your CPU, your RAM that you have. Also, let me know what version of NinjaTrader you're using. Um, yeah, we're right up here at the highs. We've already made new highs. See, um, I'm not running the order flow bars indicator at all. I'm just running order flow pulse, and I'm running on a MacBook Pro running parallels with 8 CPU and 15 gigs of RAM. But I'm not running order flow bars indicator at all. Yeah, I haven't done much development lately on order flow bars indicator because that was the first thing that I did with these the big trades and the profile and everything. And there is a problem with it sometimes with the back end of NinjaTrader. It's just because I because I have to get the live data from your data connection, and then uh, so there's 138 buyers. They have some volume up in here. Yeah, they just really propping this thing up. I would not try and short this thing at all. Like I've been saying all week, Monday and today. Don't short this thing. I think I said it last week too. I th- I I honestly did not think that they would just keep running this thing up the way what's going on with Iran. I just really did not think they would keep running this thing up. Trump, Iran talks could be happening over next 2 days in Pakistan. New York Post. That was at 11:20. I mean, come on. This is don't be posting stuff unless it's actually going to happen. Well, we closed above that 138. Yeah, my order flow pulse settings, this is the live pulse. I'm only showing, well, show the price line, show the level 2 data, of course. The Delta surge, I need to take that out. Uh, there's some stuff, only settings that need to be for here. Minimum volume I have set to 2. Bubble mode really doesn't matter because it's already aggregated. That can go away. Large volume, that doesn't matter. Resting orders, I have set to 20 because I just don't like seeing a whole bunch of heat map stuff that means nothing to me. I just want to see what large orders. Tick merge, have that set to 40 and balance, that doesn't matter. The DOM depth of 75. Um, and the reason I do the DOM depth of 75 is because if you do anything higher, like if you do 200, like I don't care what goes up above 75 levels up, okay? Because I know uh, as we get up there, it's going to refresh. It's going to show more. Plus, I like actually seeing the numbers here. Um, wow, this thing is just crushing. Wow, this thing is just. Like I said earlier, if you look at the 5 minute, if you look at this 5 minute, look at all those buyers right here. Okay. Look at all these buyers right here. Okay. There's a financial interest. Okay. Of all those buyers. That's why we ran down here. We had a nice little wick because of these buyers right here are defending that area. Once we broke that, once we closed above the moving average, I mean, yeah, this is a nice little 45-point run. Because they just keep propping it up. They just keep propping it up. Oh, hey, they're 3470. Can you actually tell me what other add-ons you have, or is this the only add-on indicator that you have? Uh, I wonder how I can get the log files. I'll have to look into that. 'Cause normally on software development, you have log files, and if you're throwing errors or if something crashes, it gets logged to a log file, and that log file can be uh, sent sent to the developers. I don't know how NinjaTrader would be with that. Um, I don't know. Here, I'll be right back. Oh boy, they just keep running, don't they? They just keep running. 130 is going to get caught. Uh, yeah, how much the flow detector on the 5 minute? Uh, on the 5 minute, what do you mean the orders? I don't quite understand how much what. Oh, the bubble settings on the 5 minute. I'm not showing delta surge. I'm only showing the large volume profile, which really doesn't mean anything today. We have minimum volume of 5. Uh, I gotta change these settings up because that only pertains to heat map stuff. So I need to get a different section. I need to section this off. But the bubble mode is aggregated and not one order, and the large volume is set to 100. Uh, and I have to have it tick marked to 5. I mean tick marked to 4. Each little bar is just 1 point. And then the imbalance is set to 4. Levels are set to 3. The DOM depth is set to 500, which is not needed. Uh, volume profile tick marked to 8, which I'm not even showing the volume profile in its real time trading hours. I need to set the padding on the live pulse. On the live pulse, I need to set the padding and have it come out. Have a little bit of padding up in here, maybe about 5 pixels of padding. Uh, what time was it? 11:40. 11:40. I am not going to be executing any more orders. More than likely, I'm not going to be executing any more orders because on my funded account, I'm green. So I'm just not going to touch it. Live pulse, right padding, something like five pixels to show forming bubble. It just needs to have some padding up in here to be able to show the bubbles, because right now it's just kinda like you only see it when it finishes. I need to get that padding up there on the right side, that'll be fine. Yeah. How much I'll target on funded accounts? As far as for take profit? I mean, I trade my fundeds like I trade my evals, basically. See, the thing is, I know a lot of people, trade evals. I know a lot of streamers trade evals differently than funded accounts. Uh, like they'll like go all in on evaluations. Well, in this market condition, I'll be honest with you. In this market condition, I've downsized. I'm not trading 1 to 3 minis. I'm trading micros on a funded account. Uh, like a handful of micros and try to scale in, scale out. And because this market, with this conflict going on, I just don't want. I've already blown a funded account because getting caught up on the wrong side. But normally, under normal conditions, before all this conflict started, I would target. I mean, let's say you trade 1 mini, okay, which realistically, if you're doing that, you should just be trading micros, so you can do like 5 micros. But normally, what I would do is I would just look for 10 points and move to a break even, because I like capital preservation because I've been trading for 10 years and I've been trading before micros even came out. So I had to learn capital preservation after blowing a few counts that I had like $2,000 to $3,000 in, and actually blowing a few of them. I had to be like, okay, I need capital preservation. So that's what I normally like to do is I will trade uh, multiple contracts, and then once I get 10 points, I'll take some off and move to a break even immediately. And then I'll just look to see if we still have strength coming in, is the delta climbing? If the delta's still climbing, then I'll stay in the trade. If the delta starts getting neutral and we start getting absorbed and we're not going anywhere, I'll just cut the trade. Uh, Before, the way I passed my handful of funded, um, if I lost more than $500 in the day, I'd be done. Um, from 9:30 to 11:30, if I was up 500 or $1,000, I'm done. I just shut it down. I only traded in the mornings, and my main target was like $500 for the daily. If I do $500 loss, I shut it down. I don't try to get it back. Okay, we came down here. We got 64 sitting on the bed at 8:45. It looks like They tried to sell off. We're holding that area right there. You got another 60 some at 843 up in this area, or right up in here. Okay. You had a sell and bounce right here. We've deviated from the 5 minute quite a bit. That's why I just can't buy up here. I know some YouTubers will be looking to make $1,000, $5,000 in a day and everything, but a lot of these gurus, what they'll do is they'll just take 10 evals, they'll blow like 6 or 8 of them, and then they'll show you like one of them, the best one, and they might pass one or two, and then they'll show you the best one. Then they'll sell you a course for $500. Um, I don't trade like that. Some of them make a pretty decent living just prop farming, and I don't do that. Wow. I'm a big believer in okay, we've got this area. We had a buy and bounce, nice volume with the delta. We had a buy and bounce right there. We popped this. We've got a nice big wick right here. We had a delta surge of 164, but they got absorbed. Okay. All of those buyers got absorbed. Any other market condition, that would be a go sign to start shorting right up in here. Okay. You put your stop up in here, or you can put your stop right there. You can go short, have a tight stop right here, because more than likely, if you break this, you're going back up again. Um, but they are really propping this market up, so you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I mean, that's a delta of 255. We had buy and bounce that got absorbed, but they are just propping this market up. We've deviated from the 5 minute moving average drastically. I mean, we're talking like 50 points. It ain't too drastic. Uh, you got some sellers that tried to sell 103, 100 and some, 113 buy, 104 sell right up in this area on the 5 minute. You got 77 sitting on the 77 sitting on the offer, 877. You got 70 of them sitting on the offer right here. But they just keep running this shit up. See what I'm talking about? They just keep running this shit right up. We're right up against the 877. We're at 70, about 75 resting offers at 877. We're right up against it. I mean, they just keep running this shit right up. We got big volume up in here. So this is so I'm not shorting this market. Any other time, this would be good because you got absorption right here. You deviated from the 5 minute, but with all this conflict stuff and all this, I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know if the government is given a slush fund to these institutions and they're telling them to prop this shit up. I have no idea. I mean, in 2008, that's what they did. I mean, 2008, they propped that crap right up. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't be shorting this money with Trump's money. I wouldn't be shorting this market with Trump's money. This is see, this is why I have the moving average on the 5 minute. This moving average, when this thing is sloping upwards like that, I really stay away from shorts. I mean, I really stay away from them. On a 5 minute, it's running up like this. I just stinking stay away from them. Ugh, 11:50. What am I going to do tonight? The live pulse this needs some padding. I need to add some padding. That's not going to be any big deal. What do I have left here? Okay, that's good. Um, 12:45. You have Fed Bar speaks. Yeah, they just keep running this shit right up. This is just crazy. Got 200 resting offers there at 900. 200 resting offers at 900. Wow. They getting filled. Seriously, we're not trying to short this market. This thing is nuts. It looks like they're just doing there's still 200 resting offers there at 900. You don't see any large contract. You had 138 buys, only 3 of it. The largest order in one the largest contracts in one order was 3. You have 103, then you have 2. These are not large single order contracts. The top number are large single order contracts, the largest single order. So this is telling me that's just order slicing. Um, the institutions just do order slicing. You got 100, 100, 100, 125, 110, 110, 100. That's just order slicing, okay? What the institutions like to do is sometimes they'll just sling in big, large single order contracts like 150, 100 contracts in one order, and it gets filled from another market maker, institution, whatever, because they're on a different terminal than we are. Uh, and normally, what they'll do is they'll just do order slicing. They'll do 100, but then they'll do like 10 orders of 10 volume, and they'll do it within like 100 milliseconds, and that's where you get these fills. and they just keep filling it up. But they're selling, but they're not getting rewarded, and it just keeps climbing. I think about 200 is sitting there at 900, right up in here, right here. They're getting filled. They're not getting rewarded. They're getting absorbed up in there, right there at 900. You got to look at that order right there. This order, if it gets eaten up, it gets refreshed. All the other ones are, yeah, not even large enough to even show it. So you got 200 sitting there at 25,900, 200 offers. They did not break through it. Look at the 5 minute, but the support down there will be around 875 where all them buyers are. Yeah, 128 negative, 130 negative delta on the current 1,000 tick chart. You got sell and balance on the previous 1,000 tick chart. What I'm waiting for is a pop back up to 25,900, but we might not get it. So if you're going to get in on a short, you got to have a tight stop and you got to downsize pretty big. So I've actually tried to get some right up in this area. Went short right up in this area. Very small contract size. A very small contract size. Um, if, if we break that volume area, it's this volume area. If we break, which if we break this volume area right here, I can't show you, but if we break this volume area, because I'm short right here, if we break this volume area, I'm already at a break even. Okay, I'm already at a break even. Um, trying to let the trade work and breathe. If we come up to around 80, 83, all right, I got to think about cutting this stinking thing. Negative 100 delta. Okay, we got to start surging on this current 1,000 tick chart. We got 120 negative delta. It needs to keep going. Keep going, you mother lover. Man, I should have went in my full size, but I didn't. We got sell and balance. We got 240 negative delta on the 1,000 tick chart. Um, all right. We got some support down there at 870. If they start climbing this thing, I got to cut this trigger. Look at the 5 minute. You see all that buying volume? You see where all that buying volume is? That's the problem we're having. If we break through them, if we break through 870, that will be a really good run down. But we got to eat. Well, see, look at that. We got 100 bids sitting there on 870. You got a Delta Surge. You got 100 bids sitting on it. 870. You got about 100 bids sitting there. If these shorts do not, if they don't break through that and they start holding this, they start getting absorbed. You got to get the hell out. And I'm out. So the reason 79 and a half. So, okay. Okay, I got in right up in here because of we were breaking this low right here. We had a sell imbalance. We were breaking that low right there. And you can see we were breaking that low right there. And you see the volume right there with the big selling volume with the delta. The volume had big dark violet blue, big dark red. So I got in here knowing if we break this sell and bounce, we're coming back up. So I'm just going to cut the trade. Okay. I'm using this sell and bounce for support. Okay. And all of this selling for support. Okay. You had some green right here and we were breaking that. So I just took a stab at it, about half of my contract size. And once we started, and also another thing, I was looking at the delta down here. We had 90 delta on this candle right here, 90 negative delta. Okay. It's basically an even trade right there. You had a little wick right there. But once we broke that, I was thinking we can go down. You got to think about the 5 minute. You have support right here at the 5 minute. You see how we came down to this area and we're bouncing off of it? Because these buyers have a financial interest. And basically what I was looking at is this buy and bounce, but we closed above it, but we had a wick. We had an inside bar right here. We had a top right here. Then we started selling off. We had a sell imbalance. We were breaking that support of the buy and balance right here. Once we started breaking that, then I was hoping that we would go down, and we did. But I just took it at a very small contract size because I wasn't positive. It's not even a setup, to be quite honest. This is just like a C probably. Because I was thinking we've deviated quite far from the moving average. From the 5 minute moving average. We've deviated from the 5 minute moving average. And here's the thing, when you get into a trade like this, you get into a trade like this and you're down here, okay, and you start losing that volume area right there, if you're in this trade, this is the 1,000 tick chart because the 1 minutes are just too much. It was moving too much with this conflict going on. So you get in here, you got all this negative selling, have all this negative selling with big negative delta, as you can see right here. But then you have this selling volume right here. We've traded down. We have a sell imbalance, okay? But the problem is this delta was not surging down. Once we started trading above this area right here, once you start trading above this sell volume right here, once you start trading above it, because it's no longer resistance, okay? It's resistance right here. Once you start trading above it, that's no longer resistance. Those buyers are taking control back up. This sell imbalance with this big negative delta is getting absorbed. I hope this makes sense. Just like any other time, we have a pullback. This was a counter trend trade. Okay. These are very hard to do. Counter trend trades are very hard to do, and you really have to be disciplined to get out and know when you're wrong. And when this sell imbalance started getting absorbed and we started trading above, and that sell volume was no longer resistance, you got to cut the trade. Just like this area right here, if you want to try, we have a buy imbalance, big positive volume, big positive delta, as you can see here on 137 delta. If you want to get in on a break of that, that's fine. Once you come up here, once you start losing this area right here, you got to cut the trade, man. You just got to cut the trade, especially if you lose that buy and bounce right there. You just got to cut the trade. Cut the trade. Take a 3-point loss. It's better than taking a full 10-point stop out. Okay? A lot of these gurus ain't going to tell you that shit. A lot of these gurus ain't going to tell you. They're going to be like, I'll take a full stop out or I get a 3-1. No, I'm trading what the market's telling me right now. This is what I'm doing. I'm trading what the market's telling me right now. If the market was kept telling me that if this candle opened up here and we closed below here, you stay into the trade and you keep moving down. But once it tells you that, hey, your thesis is wrong, I'm breaking resistance, your sell resistance, you got to get out. You really got to think about getting out. And also another thing is I was already profitable for the day. Okay. All right. I'm trying to look at my accounts. I was already profitable for the day. So I downsized because I was not comfortable with the trade. I wasn't comfortable with this short. And the reason I wasn't comfortable with the short is because of these buyers right here have got a financial interest. You have 101 contracts being executed and we closed above. We're still bullish. But I took a stab because I saw this topping tail and that buy imbalance, and I saw an inside bar right here. And when I saw a sell imbalance and we started closing right here, I'm thinking, okay, if we can break that area, we're good. I got confirmation on this candle right here with this selling right here. So I get in here knowing if we start trading above this area here, I got to cut the trade because the volume, because this right here is no longer resistance. We opened up, we came back down, that's fine. And then you start breaking that area with the sell imbalance, got absorbed, you got to cut the trade. Sometimes, this is how I've got a handful of funded accounts is because stuff like this can get you, if you're trading like 2 minis and you come down here and you see a little bit of weakness, you sell one. You move to a break even. You let that runner run for about 50 or 100 points. That's how you pass evals. That's how you get funded accounts and get payouts. But when the market tells you, hey, I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm not dumping, you better take your profits. Well, you better take them because, for one, the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute. Look at that. Look at it looked like it took the stinking blue pill all friggin' day long. All friggin' day long. All friggin' day long. The market took the blue pill and went straight the heck up. That's why I downsized. I downsized my downsize. Because normally I'm trading trading a couple minis, like 2, 3 minis maybe. Well, guess what? I'm trading micros. So I downsized to micros. And this short, I downsized to friggin' micros. uh, it's just because I'm so leery of stuff with this market. Uh, this is why I trade the order flow pulse. I don't trade the order flow bar indicator, the indicator you put on the regular Ninja Trader chart. In the very beginning, I did because that's where all this started from. But then I got a bright stinking idea of, hey, let me try to build out a kind of like a book map, a heat map. Let me try and build that out and see how it is. So guess what? I built that, and I'm like, okay. Actually, this started doing. I started trading just this when I started getting volume profile, delta profile, and the footprints. Uh, I tried to do it with regular Ninja Trader charts. I tried building my own candles. I tried building my own volume profile, delta profile, and footprint charts on the regular Ninja Trader chart, and I tried to create my own Ninja Trader candle, basically, and then I tried to do that. I was keep having problems, and I'm like, man, what about just because I developed the Rust app before, because I used to trade the low float pump and dumpers, so I wrote a stock scanner in Rust, a desktop stock scanner that runs on multiple systems, Windows, Mac, Linux. Um, and then I started building out a charting platform in Rust. Uh, and then it just kind of, I got tired of the low float pump and dumps. So I just went back to futures because I've been trading futures for like 10 years. Uh, I just went back to futures, and then I started. I'm like, how hard can it be to create my own stinking candle on Ninja Trader on an add-on? And that's why I just use this, because I wrote the code for a market data hub. I call it Market Data Hub, and I get all the market data and the level 2 data. Okay, the Market Data Hub gets all the market data and all the level 2 data. It gets it one time, and it pushes it out to like 2 or 3 order flow pulse charts. Okay, so that's why this is the way it is. Now with the order flow bar indicator, now that thing, uh, it has problems. I've been thinking about getting rid of it, and then I was going to get rid of it, and then other people were saying no. This thing is flipping around because I'm on version 2.3 on this chart. This is new code that I need to refactor. I just don't like it. Um, I need to do that tonight too. Also, another thing, the reason I started creating order flow pulse and started building out my own candlesticks, the volume delta and the footprint candlesticks, and also the heat map right here. I just wanted to build the heat map to see what it was like. You still got them 160 offers sitting up there at 900. That's another reason why I took that short from here to here. Okay, uh, is because, well, we were sitting up here, and I got 150 sitting there at 900 now. But actually building out the charts is not that bad with an add-on. With an add-on, the problem is you got to build everything yourself. I mean, everything. That's why the chart trader here, let me switch over to Sim 101. Like the chart trader, when I hit shift left click, it just automatically, whoops, I got to enable chart trader. Come down here and click on the CT for chart trader. When you shift left click, it automatically puts you in. Then you can just go ahead and put your stop down here. You can put your trades up here. Let's say you want to get out of this and go short. Well, you can hit this close button right here. It just flattens everything. You can shift right click. Uh, there's your stop. Or you can do control left click and put your stop up here. Control right click to put your orders right here. Because I got 2 contracts, if I try to do a third contract, it won't let me do it. So it will only let you do how many contracts you have. But building out the chart trader, because I built out my own candlesticks, my own chart, I can't leverage chart trader, so I had to build one out myself. And I kind of like this one better because, well, for one, you got the drag and drop for the stop loss. You got your take profits up here. That's a little bit nicer. It needs to be worked out a little bit more. But I just threw this in this weekend. So it needs to be a little bit nicer. And then if you want to trail your stop, you just come up here, put your stop in there and start trailing it up, okay? Let's say you want to trail your stop up here, because if we lose that volume area, more than likely we'll kind of float back down. You're using that low volume area for support. Uh, that's how this is. So this is the chart trader. This is pretty good. See what we got filled. Let me go back here. Um, but that's the chart trader. My biggest trading. Uh, I had a short that got like, what are you doing? Oh, you gonna put that up? Yeah, good job. My, what has been your biggest trade in terms of points? A few weeks ago, before this conflict, I think there's actually a video out there. It was a little over 100 points. Uh, and that was because I got in, I got in on a short with like 3 minis. So once I got into profitable, I just went on ahead and covered one, moved two of them to break even. That ran down even more. It started consolidating. I closed the second one, and then the third one was a runner. And that's how I trade. I leave runners. I take my base hits. I move to a break even. I get a base hit. I move to a break even and see if I can get a runner. Because my accuracy is between my win rate is 60 to 70%. I can do that because I'm disciplined enough to take my base hits and move to a break even. I don't try to look for home runs. I'm not as good as these YouTube gurus that'll show you your 3-to-1, 5-to-1 trades, or driving Lamborghinis and showing you their Airbnb house or whatever, or their rented Lamborghini. I'm not that good. But what I am good at is taking friggin' base hit after base hit and leaving a runner and passing evals. That's what I am good at. And I'm not as good as they are where I can pass an eval in one day. Have I done it? Yeah. Okay, you get lucky and you pass it. But my consistency is up there. See, I don't care about the stupid rules of the evaluations with their consistency rules. I could care less because I've been like that for 10 years on my own personal account before the fake prop firms came out. I had to be consistent. I had to learn capital preservation, and that's why I trade the way I do. I get my stinking base hit. I take my profits. I trade like a monkey. See, banana take banana, peel some off, move to break even. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's how I trade. Right here, if you get in on the break of this, right here, get on the break of this, you had a buy 55 large single contract. You had a delta surge. You had 350 positive delta. If you get in on the break of this, you're waiting, you're looking to get 10 points. But if you start breaking this area right up in here, you could possibly move back down. Now you got to sell and bounce. I didn't take this trade. Oh, wait a minute. Let's take a look at this. You got 50 sitting there at 895. That 353 positive delta is pretty good. As you can see, they kind of spiked down. You had a little bit of selling right here, but financial interest of the 146 with 55 contracts in one single order. We didn't break this volume area right here. Okay. So we came up here to this area. You got a buy and balance that looks like we closed below it. Now we're closing below it. So what I would do is I would stink and move to a break even, protect my capital. I would have peeled some off right here and just take your friggin' protect your profits. That's another thing why I actually downsized this short right here. Downsized my downsize uh, because I've already made profit for the day. Okay, I've already made profit for the day. So why am I going to give it back? I just make very little in that short, and we're still good. Wow, they are just propping this shit right up. They just keep running, don't they? I mean, this is a valid trade right here. You got 194, you have 55 single orders. This one right here, this tick bar chart, this 1,000 tick bar chart. I mean, that right there, we just keep running up. We just keep running up. That's like 10 points. Get you 10 points, get your base hits. See right here, I probably would have peeled some off right there because of that low volume. And that buy and bounce leaves some in case you get a spike right here. Okay. Once you start losing this area right here with that volume, you got negative volume coming in. You got to look at the delta. The delta's starting to move down. So you might want to just take your profits. But this is what you're looking for. You're looking for a large buyer, 55 single order contract, 55 contracts, one single order is pretty significant. Okay. That's pretty significant. Remember how I said take your profits up in here? There's a reason why. Because of all that friggin' volume up there. Okay. So you get in here, you see low volume, you peel some off. You're like, man, I don't think it has enough steam. Peel some off. Maybe you keep your stop down here. Okay. Once we get this pop right here, you really need to move to a break even. You really need to move to a break even. And you got some low volume up here, but then you had some selling volume kick in right here. So you might want to tighten up your stop. See, everybody's looking for home runs. Everybody's looking for them stinking 50, 100-point home runs. You know, just how do you think professionals trade? The base hits, base hits. If you go to a real prop firm like S&B Capital and you trade futures and you try to full port and try to get winners all the time and try to get home runs and everything, and you can't be consistent with base hits, they're going to fire your ass. I honestly believe these fake prop firms are the worst thing that happened to trading. I really do believe that. You already had micros. You can sling around one micro and learn how to trade. I didn't have that when I was learning, but you got that now because the way you trade in an eval, and I've gotten this mentality in there. I gotten that mentality in there. I like go or blow. Go or blow. I'm like, it's bad mentality to have, bad mentality to have, and it's bad for trading. All right, you got 117 sell right there on a 5 minute. Uh, oh, boy, they just keep propping this up. Oh, okay. Here we go. You had us. Oh wow, they just keep propping this crap up. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, right here. This right here, you had 110 sellers. We kind of closed below. I was thinking we'd get a nice run down. We didn't. Uh, you have a run up. You have a little area right here. We broke that area. You had 100. Was it 194? It looks like. I'm not sure. And then we closed above it. You got 117 sellers. Okay, this is what is called a trapped trader. Okay, this is called trap traders. Okay, you have 117 sellers. You got 46 of it, single order. okay, and you closed above it. That's a trap trader. We closed above it. We keep moving up. Got 100 and what was it? 145 sellers right there. That's right there is about 10 points on a 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart, I mean, in this market environment, 5-minute chart's pretty good. 5-minute chart is pretty good. You can actually go to a 2-minute chart and it'll be really nice. Even a 2-minute chart is nice. Even a 2-minute chart. My volume handle. Are you talking about for the 1,000 tick chart or for the 5-minute? Because this I'm trading volume, and the 1,000 tick chart I'm trading volume. For the 5-minute, I think that was, yeah, the 5-minute. I have this set to. I really need to do a setting. Maybe I should just sit down tonight and just do the settings video. The 5-minute, I have the Delta Surge. I'm not even showing Delta Surge. Okay, and you really don't even need to show the volume. But I'm not gonna. I'll leave that alone. Uh, the minimum volume. I need to reorganize this settings window. And I need to have the heat map settings together. But the large volume I have set to 100 and it has to be aggregated. And that's about it. And the selling balance and buying balance is still the same. But these are 100. It needs to be 100 because if I set it to 75, it'll be way too much bubbles in there. Yeah, another trapped seller right there. The problem is this delta on this candle is not that big. That's really, I wouldn't be taking that. We didn't really break above it. Uh, I just wouldn't be taking it. It's really hard to short this market. I mean, look at the moving average all stinking day. We closed below it one time. Okay. From 9:30, we came down, we bounced off of it. That was actually a nice trade. If you trade longer time frames, that's a nice 70-point trade right there, and you're risking about 30 points. That is a really nice trade right there. Uh, we only closed below it, like right up in this area. Right up in this area. I need to get rid of that update. We closed below right in here, and then the next 5-minute candle we close right above, and we're flat lining on moving average, and it just keeps running up. We ain't closed below since. So this is just, it just keeps running. We had a sell and bounce. This is really hard to take a short right here. This is really hard to take a short right here. Right here, you had 113 seller. You had a sell and balance. The delta's 121 negative delta, and the delta right here, the previous delta on the run up. I mean, it's hard to take that because of the way this market has been. You got to have a tight stop. You got to have a tight stop. If you get in here, I mean, if you're already in a short right there, you got to be looking at the delta. That delta needs to start surging downward. Okay. We really need to get rid of them 45s at 910. If you're in like right here and you got like 5 points in this type of market, man, I just be I'd just be peeling a little bit off and move to a break even. The way this government just run this crap right back up. Now, here's another thing that we need to look at, which I don't know if it's going to happen. But if you got in on this short, I kind of missed it. But if we got in on this short right here, you really okay. Here's the thing: if you're in on that short right there, what you do not want to see, you do not want them to reclaim this area right here. Okay, kind of like what they're getting ready to do. You do not want them to reclaim this area up in here. Okay, you need to look at that delta. You need to look at this area right here. You're not breaking them 910s. You do not want them to reclaim this area right here. And there's a reason why, because you got all of this volume right here. You got big volume, big negative delta right there. If they start reclaiming this area right here, you're easily going to go back up to your break even. Okay. Still can't break the 910s. Look at that. 910s, you cannot break it. You got to break them 910s to keep going. You got to take out them 50 bids right there. You got about 50 bids at 910. Delta's starting to climb. On the positive side, you're at negative 40 delta, but it's starting to climb. We're positive. Delta surge of 40 real quick. If they start breaking this area right up in here, if they start breaking that 918 area, that's going to be if you're already in a short right here and you start seeing stuff like this, you need to start taking some profits. Okay, leave yourself a runner if you want. That's totally fine. Okay. We got some big negative up. We got some good negative delta right in there. I was getting a little bit worried right up in here. Getting a little bit worried right up in here. We got low volume coming in though. We got that low volume is right there at 910. We really got to pick up the volume, pick up the delta. Okay, there we go. Got a little spike down. Now here's the thing. We got a spike down. If we that this area right here could be support. Okay, this area is going to be resistance for the bids because you had some volume in there and it was selling. Okay, kind of like what this area is. Okay, now you got this area. If they start breaking that area, you got to think about peeling some off. Uh, yeah. So I'd be getting out about right now. I'd be getting out. Why? Because really, you broke the 910s. You came down here to 900. You got about 50 more sitting on the bids. You got about 145 positive delta. I'd be peeling some off. Base hits. You got to get your base hits. And you got to think about it. Let's say you got in here. Your stop's up here. That's about 7 points. You're already down here. You've already made yourself 10 points. You got yourself a nice little 1 for 1. Just base hits, people. Don't be looking for home runs all the time. You're going to learn a lot more. Okay, here's the thing. You're going to learn a heck of a lot more with more trades you take. So if you try and do a home run, just full port degenerate style, full port home run, go or blow style, you learn nothing, man. You learn nothing about the financial markets and trading them. I'll be honest, you learn absolutely nothing, and I don't care if that ticks people off. And you're like, well, passive, I was doing that. Well, you're a full port degenerate, and I don't care if I offend you. I really don't, because you know nothing about the financial markets. But if you take 50 trades and you get base hits, you'll learn a heck of a lot more off of them 50 base hits than you will being a full port degenerate. And there's people out there prop farming doing that. They'll spend like $10,000 and they'll make $30,000 and they'll net $20,000 for the month. That's a business for them. It's a good business. It really is. It's a good business. Some people try to do it and they can't do it. They just keep blowing. They just can't do it. But there's some of them that do it. Hey, good. That's a nice business for them. You know, if these fake prop firms all of a sudden go away, they can't trade. They don't know how to. They won't be able to trade. They don't know how to. Oh, thank you. Yeah. You see what I talk about? You see what I talk about when I say if it breaks that area right there? Look at this. I mean, look at this. Got in here because you had a seller up here. You had sell and bounce right here. You take a stab right here. You move down here. Okay. Peel a little bit off right up in here. Okay. And if I said, if we lose this area right here, and we lost that area, and now look where we're at. Okay. Um, and you can trade this right here. This is not a micro pullback. This is a run up. We ran back down, and now we're starting to run back up a little bit. This is not a micro pullback. For one, we got one big red bar right there with 120 negative delta. You got another one. The delta's climbing. You got one right here. 150 delta on this candle right here. That is not a micro pullback. Okay. This is a bullish engulfing candle. Okay. And you had a buy and bounce up top. And when you break that, you can try to give yourself a little stab up there for about 8 points. Okay. If you lose this area right here, because that's where most of the volume was, right up in here, then more than likely you fall off that ledge, and where you're going to stop. Well, you don't know. So that's where you can put your stop. You can come in here and put your stop down here. Why put it down here? Okay. When the volume right here, you'll lose that volume and then probably go back down. When you're looking at a regular candle, you don't see, when you look at a regular candle, you don't see that. You don't see that. But if you look inside, let's look at the delta. The delta is right here. Okay. So if you start losing that delta area right there, okay, that's nice. But I like kind of looking at a volume candle, the volume inside the candle, because I have the candles, the bars color coded. This right here is not a good buy. This right here, buy and balance, low volume, so it's kind of like, you break that, you come up here. That right there was about 6 points. Okay, you're coming up here against resistance, right up in this area, up in resistance. So you might want to peel yourself some off. Protect your capital you've already made. Maybe you put your stop, keep your stop down here. You took a little bit of profits. That's fine. Okay. But the problem is you got to buy and balance. We close down below. That's absorption. You got to buy and balance. We close down below. That's absorption. Okay. You might want to think about getting out. we have sell and balance close below the sell and balance. Nice. That's why that's a trade. Small buy and balance. We start breaking that. Okay. Buy and balance close below absorption. Uh, I like your pulse much better than Bookmap. Are you talking about the live pulse? And what do you like about it? Yeah, the good thing, I tried to develop this pretty decently. Even if you don't use live pulse, you can just come in here, click on level 2 data, click apply, click level 2 data, you click apply when you've got your bids right here, and then you can come down here and you got your heat map. You can turn the heat map on or off. So you can have the heat maps on the candles as well. I'll need to refactor the heat map though. I really need to refactor that. A book map is a pretty large application, and it'd be really hard for me to compete with them because they got about 5 guys. I've been a software engineer for 15 years. They, they got a handful of me working for them. So it's hard for me to compete with them. But what they do, theirs is written in Java, and their background, they do a pre-rendered bitmaps, okay? And they're using the graphics card. That's why their performance is better than mine. Bookmap's performance is better than mine. I'm doing Windows Presentation Foundation, and I'm painting all this using the CPU, and each one of these are painted. That's why I can't show you more than 10 minutes because it just starts lagging too much. But I need to refactor this probably next month. I'll refactor this and use pre-rendered bitmaps, and then that way the performance will be like 50% more. And here's the thing, you can actually the DOM is in beta. The DOM is in beta. I really need to get this uh, worked on. I'll try to work on it this I'm gonna tick merge it to 4. Um, I need to get it working. But I kind of have a heat map on the DOM as well. Like right here at 922, you got 70, 70, 75 sitting on the bids at right there. You got about 32 sitting on the offers at 35. This is all color coded too. And then you got the executions that are happening right here in the center. This is how I'm used to trading, is right here on a DOM. But the DOMs are pretty nice. Let's say we go to 25. So now you can see there's one order. There's 34 buy order and 34 contracts in one order. 40 sell contracts in one order right there. So, and what I've been thinking about doing is actually have a setting in here. Once I get back to development on the order flow bars, DOM, is actually have a setting right here. Do you want to see the single order, kind of like what we have here, or you want to see aggregated within 100 milliseconds, and then you'll have a little bubble right there on the right side right there for the bids, and on the left for the offers, things like that. That way you won't have to read these numbers the way I used to. It'll be real nice and easy for you. But that's the DOM, and it all works. All the buttons, all the executions right there. All the buttons work on the DOM. You can hotkey it. Right. hotkeys enabled. You can use hotkeys for it. The hotkeys are listed on the site. Uh, I need to work on the DOM. I really need to work on it. There's so much to be done. There's only one of me. So we're coming out of lunch hour. We've got 72 sitting on the offer at 9:32. I really need to get that padding in there. Boy, they filling too, man. Look how I'm filling. This ain't no joke on this market. In the next minute, if we close above right here, the- these shorts at 117, 143, 140, something right there, those shorts are going to be rethinking their situation. You could get a squeeze. There we go. You could easily get a short squeeze on these right here. You got to look at it. You got to look at it though. You got a nice big positive. You got to look at the live pulse. If you start seeing a lot of volume start kicking in here and these offers, and they're not stacking these offers with large resting orders, you could get a short squeeze on the 117s, 143s, and the 140s up there. Okay, these shorts right here on the 5 minute, if they start taking too much heat, we start getting up in there and 9.5, it could be good night for them. You got right there at 9:55, you got a large resting offers up there. You can see it right there, that big on that histogram on the tick chart right here. You got some pretty large resting offers up there. You got about 150 of them sitting up there. If they start, okay, all right, look at that. Ooh, ain't getting short squeezed yet. I would not try and take this short right here. You've got a sell imbalance right here. You've got delta of 265. But holy crap, we tried it here and it didn't happen, and it ran up here. Are you going to really stinking try it again? Are you really going to try it again? No. Not with this market taking a blue pill and going straight the heck up. Mm, no, this ain't deep charts. Deep charts is a great platform, but this is not deep charts. This is a Ninja Trader add-on that I coded myself. I've been a software engineer for like 15 years, so I just had a crazy idea to start coding this stuff myself. Why? Well, because I'm a code monkey. I enjoy writing code. I'm an old fart that just loves to write code. I've been doing it for over 15 years. I ain't moved into no CEO or CTO. I ain't none of that. You ain't putting my butt behind the desk slinging papers. I'm gonna be slinging code. Deep Charts is a fantastic platform. Uh, I've actually used it. It's really nice. I like it. If I didn't build my own, I seriously would be using Deep Charts. The only problem is it's expensive. Yeah, this is a Ninja Trader add-on. You can go to the site and download it. It's a free license you can use until Friday. Uh, it's been in development for a little over 2 months. I mean, Fabio and Andrea that work over there at Deep Charge, fantastic traders. I wish I was as good as Fabio. I mean, this trade's working out if you actually took it. The trade's working out a little bit for you. I just wouldn't take it just because it's freaking. I tried it here. I tried it here. Yes, I got paid. But then we ran back up. I ain't trying it again. Not with the 5 minute moving average looking like that. I mean, it took the blue pill straight up. Hell of relaxation. Ah, ah. And then I took the blue pill again. Then took it again. He just keeps taking it up. Oh my God. Ah, It ooh, it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. Kind of like what it did yesterday. Government propping this crap up. Boy, I tell you what, when this thing goes down, NQ is going to shit the bed big time. When these institutions run out of their little government slush fund, this thing's going down big, I bet. We're going to take the NQ, the ES, they all going to shit the bed. Yeah, so that worked out pretty good for you, I guess. That worked out pretty good for you. I thought we'd get the short squeeze on them shorts up there. I thought for sure we'd get a short squeeze, but I guess not. Oh, well. Look at that. You got to think about something. You got to think about financial interest of them. Okay. Financial interest of the 194, the 156, the 100s, all these buyers right here. You got to think about the financial interest that they have. You got to think about the moving average. Okay. Moving average going straight the frig up. Okay. This moving average, basically what that is it's a I read some papers on some high frequency trading. We got 70 sitting on the bids at 901. We got about 88 sitting offers sitting at 922. I read some papers about high frequency trading for these little institutions and their little pet computers. Um, and they used what's called a smooth Heikin-Ashi. Okay. So basically what what that moving average is, what I've done is I'm taking the Heikin-Ashi data for 14 periods, and I'm smoothing it out with a 9 exponential moving average. The actual moving average is on the website. You can download it and use it as an indicator for free. I mean, as a new trader, you take trades when you're above it, you take shorts when you're below it. That'll keep you out of most of the friggin' crap. Um, because the Heikin-Ashi data in Japanese stands for average bar. Okay, and that just takes the Heikin-Ashi data, which is a Heikin-Ashi chart. It shows you really nice trends. And then I just take that data and I smooth it out with the 9 exponential moving average because most scalpers and day traders use the 9 EMA. I don't know. Or you can come over here to the bottom left and unclick the HM for the heat map. You don't have to show it. You can just uncheck it. Be boom. Be done with it. Okay, if you don't want to show it, I keep looking for the settings up here, but I moved it down to the bottom right. Sorry about that. If you keep getting confused, I know I am. And I just uncheck that show level 2 data and just don't show it. And I got to recenter the chart. If that ever happens to you and you see a blank chart chart like that, just go inside and double click, okay? Because if you drag down and you need to recenter, just double click and it'll take you right to the current price. Okie dokie. All right, we got about 90 sitting on the offer at 922. We got anything sitting on the bids down there? We got about 50 at 890. This is no man's land. You don't want to put any longs or shorts in. It's just flatlining. It's a flatliner. Boy, that would have been a good short too. Look at that. That would have been nice. That would have been a nice one, man. Got about 15 points. Man, that would have been nice. But how can you take it? Seriously, how can you take it? I mean, a hindsight trader is awesome. I mean, them gurus tonight gonna be like, I shorted the freaking top. Well, how many freaking accounts did you blow getting there, you moron? Um, yeah. Don't get me hyped up on these gurus. Uh, I mean, I got in up on this one, and then I got back out. Got me about 8 points. I'm like, all right, no big deal. I ain't as good as these gurus, but I can take me some base hits all damn day. I take me some base hits. I ain't gonna pass no eval in 1 or 2 days. I take me some base hits and pass that thing in a couple weeks. I'm consistent. Boy, look at that. Boy, look at that absorption right there. You had all them sellers sell and bounce right there. We closed right here. We're breaking that. Now we got a buy and bounce. That's a freaking absorption right there for them sellers. You ain't selling no more. Good night. You got some resistance. That 90 sitting on the offer at 922. If they break that, then it's gonna be good night. I said a good night a little bit too early. Come on, break them 922s. All right, we got a nice bullish engulfing candle with a buy and bounce right there. You break that top right there, you possibly could go ahead and get in, put your stop down here at about, I don't know, put your stop there at about 8 points. Who knows? If you're willing to risk that amount, go for it, man. Go for it. We got 139 positive delta. I mean, look at it. The odds are in your favor. I mean, if we break this 5 minute previous high right there, break that 5 minute previous high right there, the odds are in your favor, man. The odds are in your favor. We got 104. We got 104 buy contracts. We're eating up on the 922. The big dogs are eating. The big dogs are back to eating, man. The big dogs are back to eating. They ate the living crap out them 922s. You got to keep pushing, keep pushing. You got a delta surge right there. You got a delta surge of 188. You got your buy and bounce right down, right up in here. You got a buy and bounce right there. You got a delta surge of 88. Delta surge happened right here. We're still holding above it. Let the big dogs eat. Come on, man. You don't be doing that crap to me. You don't be doing that crap to me. Here's the problem. Here's the problem you're going to run into. Here's the stinking problem. Okay, you got a sell and bounce right here. You had a sell and bounce right here. Okay, here's a stinking problem too. You got all them sellers right there. Boom. You got all these buyers right here. Boom. Okay, market likes to do this. Likes to run up, find value. It likes to consolidate and piss off new traders. That's called a balanced market. Hopefully you learn something. Hopefully you learn something. If you like listening to a crazy redneck from Virginia, just go ahead and hit the subscribe and like button. All right, we closed above. I'm serious, man. I'm serious about this. If we start trading below this area right here, you really don't want to be long. Okay, you dried up on some of that volume. You can't break this. You can't break that delta surge right there. The delta kind of dried up right here. You might want to start tightening up the stop a little bit. Don't be taking a full stop out. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay, you can always get back in. Heck, I think a couple weeks ago I got out. We were in a consolidation area. We were beginning a consolidation area, and I was trying to stink and buy the breakout, and I tried that friggin' thing like 4 or 5 times, and I finally made myself some good money. But it took me about 4 or 5 trades to do it. Took about 5 or 6 winners, 2 or 3 losers. Small losers, man, small losers. You got to keep your losers small. You got to be able to trade, folks. You got to be able to trade. You see this volume right here being built out, okay? See that volume being built out? If we lose that, we going back down. Okay. If we start losing that area, we going back down. If this thing right here, this delta right there that keeps saying, if it don't surge up to 50 to 100, we ain't going nowhere. What's the heat map like? You got 65 sitting on the bid at 919. 919, you got about 70 sitting on the bid. You got some sellers right there. They're getting absorbed a little bit. You know. If you got in here at 919, let's say you got in at 919 and you start losing this area right here, boom. Why the heck would you take a full stop out down here at 10 points and get back $200? Why? But this thing is taking too long. If I was in this trade, this thing is taking too long. I would have already gotten pissed off and closed it. See what I mean? This is the way that I trade. You either pop or I drop you. You need to pop or I drop. Because I am impatient with this NQ freak. NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. Man, this thing, it wasn't called the Widowmaker for nothing back in the day. Back in the pit, it was called the Widowmaker, and that was for a damn good reason. You see how we came down here? Let me get it. You see how we lost that volume area right there? Okay, and we just came right down to here to that buy and bounce area. I really need to take this buy and bounce area and kind of extend it out at least a few candles. Okay, that's what I kind of need to do. I need to extend it out. Look how I'm propping this crap right back up. Oh well. See, me personally, I would have taken this and just gotten out for about 3 or 4 points because I'm impatient as hell. Is the picture as clear when the market is choppy with order flow? Well, with order flow, at least you'll be able to tell when you're in chop. I mean, if you're looking at just a regular candle like this, you're looking at a regular candle like this. I mean, I'm still showing the delta surges and the buy and balance, but uh, imagine it's just a regular candle. Okay, just a regular stinking candle. Okay. Normally, how I used to trade years ago, if I can get my drawing tool, we'd have a run off right here. I called that a bullish engulfing candle, and I'd get in, try to go up here, and put my stop down here. Okay. Um, but and then right here, you didn't know that there was a sell imbalance, 4 times more sellers than buyers right here, and then we closed up right here. You don't see that on a regular candle, but on order flow, if you look at a footprint chart, on a 1,000 tick footprint chart. Let me see if I can squeeze this out a little bit. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, on a footprint chart, here, let me clear this out. On a footprint chart, you don't see all the delta surges. Okay, you don't see the sell and bounce right here. You don't see all them sellers right there. Okay, and then the sellers kind of dried up, but there was absolutely no buyers. That's why there was a sell imbalance, but we closed above. It kind of tells you who's in charge, to be quite honest. We have no sellers here, but we got some buyers up in here. And then you got to read the footprint diagonally. You got to read like 3 over 10, 6 over 23, things like that. I like going off of volume because my volume chart, my volume chart, that dark green right there just means positive delta, good positive delta. When the line is kind of hollow, it just means it's low. Like this one right here, kind of low opacity just means low delta. Okay, that's all that means. Um, Here, let me start. Oh, wait a minute, you're eating. Here, I'll be right back. All righty, all righty. Um, yeah. So, I appreciate you asking. Is this deep charts? Because I will take that as a compliment. Um, deep charts is a good platform. Uh, I mean, you can trade this whatever platform you use. You can use Ninja Trader with this add-on. You can use Atlas if you want to. You can use MotiveWave with footprint charts and order flow. You can use what else is out there? Well, deep charts you can use. You can use Sierra. Sierra charts have been around for a while. Um, I mean, order flow is order flow, man. It don't matter. Uh, I wanted to kind of do things a little bit differently because everybody's doing the same stinking thing. I kind of wanted to do things differently, like this right here, this large volume profile right here. Okay, this large volume profile right here. Uh, Here, let's take it off on the 5 minutes. No, I'll just leave that on because then I don't want to refresh it. Yeah, I'll just leave it alone. It's like 112. But the large volume profile right here, this right here just shows you all the large single order contracts that have come in. Oh, and I updated this. If you go to version 1.2.2, all the bubbles will show for the New York session. Okay, I was just looking at this. I'm like, oh wow, the code works. It works. So it's just showing you all the New York session. Okay, for all the bubbles. Because why? Because I'm a bubble trader. That's what I am. Okay, just like and subscribe if you like the bubble trader. Uh, it just shows you all the large volume. Okay, and that's his large volume profile. Well, deep charts don't have that. None of the other ones have that. And also this right here, single order with the largest contracts is a sell because that's the point of control for the large volume. This is just single orders. Okay, this is single orders for large volume. I'm gonna refactor the code a little bit, and on the next major update, probably this weekend, this column right here, you'll go into settings and you'll have the option to choose. Like when you go into settings and you choose bubble mode. Why? Because you're a bubble trader. When you go to bubble mode and go to aggregated, this is going to show you the LGVP, the large volume profile, is going to show you the aggregated volume, kind of like what these bubbles are. And it's going to show you the little histogram aggregated volume. Okay, but if you choose one order, then I'll just show you the one orders. Okie dokie. I hope you got all that. Oh, you got that? Okay. Uh, hold on. I gotta go. I'm making me some tea. I gotta run in to the kitchen. I got some Cadbury eggs I need to eat. You know them caramel eggs? Yeah, them Cadbury eggs. All right, we got 53 sitting on the offer at 928. Between 928 and 930, you got about 125, 100 and quarters sitting there on the offer. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, man. I think we're losing steam. I think we're losing steam. Look at this. Look at this, man. Boy, them thing ran up, pissed off a little bit of new traders that tried to go short and short this bad boy down. Then we kind of ran back up. Now we're in a balanced market again. The new traders are trying to short up in here, thinking they're going to get a 100-point run and pass some evals. And what's happening? They're getting pissed off. Why? Because they're not bubble trading. You got to be a bubble trader, man. Okay. All right. And also my bubbles. This is another thing that other platforms don't have. Okay. This is another thing other like these when you're on live pulse, the opacity of that 76 is kind of light. That just means it's light delta. Okay. I don't know if other platforms have that. I asked AI and I asked them, hey, does other platforms, does Bookmap have this? Does other platforms have that? And AI told me no. But you gotta take that with a grain of salt because AI is like a stinking politician. It will lie through its teeth. Okay. Uh, so I don't know about that. Like that 86 dark green, that means high positive delta. Okay. Also another thing that the other platforms don't have I at least I don't think they have is right here on the 5 minute. You see that 104 and 18. That's 104 contracts aggregated. The largest single order had 18 contracts in it, okay? So, that's why it says 18104, okay? Uh, yeah, I don't know if other platforms have that, I don't know, I don't care. Uh, but yeah, if you like this and you like the order flow pulse, the order flow indicator, I just haven't worked on that, I don't know if I'm going to, most of my time is spent on this thing, to be quite honest. It dep it just works better. Order flow pulse, I just coded it from the ground up, every single window. When you do an add-on, NinjaTrader don't give you a crap. I built all this with C# and Windows Presentation Foundation, WPF. I built all of this, but because that's what NinjaTrader uses, C# and WPF. Um, so this can easily be ported into my own trading platform. Uh, which I'm working with Rhythmic. I got approved for their API test system, which is pretty easy to do. To connect to Rhythmic and start building out my own trading platform. Then I'll be able to do what I want. Then I'll have full 100% control. Because right now I don't have 100% control, even with an add-on. You know, I'm kind of uh, tied to Ninja Trader, which is a good thing because their order execution I get to work with. So, hey, and I'll have to write my own order execution, which would be quite fun. We got a lot of buying up in here. We got some resistance up here at about 9.5 up in this area, right up in here, right up in this area, right up in here. You're going to have a little bit of resistance. What the heck just happened? It went light. Did they just yank? I think they yanked some. We got 180 resting offers at 954. 954, you got about 180 resting offers up there. You got up in here. I think this is 182. I don't know. I'm getting old and blind. Uh, you had a delta surge with one little measly dot. 130 cell, but a very light negative delta. Very light negative delta. I need to put some padding up in here to see the bubbles forming. At least about 5 or 10 pixels, maybe. At least 5 or 10 pixels. Boy, I think we got buy and bounce right there. I think that's a buy and bounce. I'm not sure. No, I don't think that is. I think that's just stinking big volume. Um, get them shorts. Are we going to have a short squeeze now? Boy, they're going to squeeze the shit out of these things, ain't they? They're going to squeeze the shit out of them. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Squeeze them. Squeeze them. You try to squeeze them right here on the 107. You're getting them now. You got a 106, another seller off balance. You're going to squeeze the living shit out of these people, ain't you? You're going to squeeze the living shit out of them, ain't you? You're going to squeeze the living shit out of them. Go for it, man. Go for it. Go for it. Go. 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 Get that delta up there. Get that delta. With that 954, if we actually start trading, if we can't break through that 955, but we can't break through that 954, you got to get out. You got to get out if we can't break through that, man. All right, that 954, you're at about 200 offer. 200 offer at 954, 954. You got about 200 offers. We need to break through that. We're at basically this candle's delta neutral is delta neutral on the 1,000 tick chart. We got some volume. Come on, eat them mother lovers up. Eat them, boys. Eat them. We're eating. The big dogs are eating. The big dogs are eating. We got 161. Oh, the big dogs are eating. Are they going to get whacked? They're going to get smacked. The big dogs ate, but they're getting their asses whooped. You got to regain. You got to regain. You got to regain. You got to regain. Come on. Regain that. Regain it. Regain it. Regain it. We're at 356 delta surge. 356 delta surge. We're at basically positive 70 delta. The big dogs are eating. You got that buy and bounce on this this right here. You got buy and bounce for support. It's actually support. Come on, give me to a break even. Give me so I can. That's all, folks. Give me to a break even. Give me to a break even, you mother lover. Okay, all right. I'm peeling some off. I'm at a break even. I'm peeling some off. We got some more resistance up there. Come on, big dogs. Keep eating. Keep eating. Squeeze the shit out of them shorts, folks. Squeeze them. Make them pay for their decision. Come on. Come on. Keep going. We're at 118 positive delta, 118 positive delta. Come on. Squeeze the shit out of them boys. Make them pay for that decision. You got 75 sitting on the offer at 957. 957, they're sitting on the offer. 957, they're sitting on the offer at 957. The big dogs are still eating. The big dogs are still eating. Come on. Come on. Oh. 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 I got to peel some off. Peel it off, baby. Peel it off. Peel it off. Trade like a monkey. See banana, take banana, peel some off. See banana, take banana, peel some off. Let the big dogs eat. Squeeze the shit out of them shorts. Squeeze them mother lovers. Come on, we got 50 sitting on the offer at 959, 959, 960. You got them sitting up there on the offer. Let the big dogs eat. Keep eating, boys. Nope. Nope. You're losing steam. You're losing steam. You're going delta neutral. Delta neutral. Pick it up. Pick the pace up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up, boys. If we lose that 952 area, that's not going to be too good. All right? Because I'm looking at this 194 positive delta right there. If we start losing this 952 area, you got some pretty light delta up on this profile. You could get, could be going down. We're at delta neutral, basically. We're at 355 on that positive delta, 340 on that positive delta, 146 on this little, I don't know what the heck that is. What is that thing? Shooting star? I don't know what the hell it is. Go, go, squeeze them, squeeze them. Make them pay, bitches. Ah, keep eating, boys, keep eating. No, you little shitheads, you better get going. Oh man, this ain't good. The delta's drying up. My adrenaline's drying up. I'm gone. All right. You see what I talk about? You see what I talk about? I do not have a crystal ball. I do not have a crystal ball, but I do have the bubble. Okay, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do have bubbles. Uh, I mean, seriously, if we lost at 161, 75 of it was one single contract, and we lost a 952 area, which was right stinking here, 952. Why? Because that 153 positive delta right there. Okay, once we start losing that area, it could be good night for the little short squeeze. Okay, I was kind of like, whatever, blah blah blah, and then I just kind of looked at this, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're up here in this area. Okay, we're up here in this area. So I got in late, boys and girls. I got in late. Your boy got in late because I saw the buying bounce. So I got in here. I peeled me off some right up in this area right here. That right there was about a 6, 7 point trade. Boy, it's been slow. Normally I go for 10, but I just take what the heck the market gives me, man. And it ain't been much. You know, them hindsight traders be like, all you had to do was just think and buy right here and go up in here and you get yourself 200 points. No, I guarantee you tonight there will be some friggin' idiot out there selling a course that says he bought the lows and sold the highs. I can guarantee you. And he'll be driving a Lamborghini in a rented Airbnb house. I can almost guarantee it. All right. How do you open this stinking box? They don't make it easy to get in these Cadbury eggs, do they? Yeah, I love me some Cadbury eggs. Oh yeah. Ooh, look at them things. Mm. I got 5 in the box. I ain't gonna eat all 5. I'll be sick if I do. Ooh, look at them big old Cadbury eggs. The, the Cadbury caramel egg. Gots to loves you some Cadbury eggs, folks. Oh man, this is almost better than a glass of Bowman Brothers bourbon. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. See what I talked about losing 952? Now look at it. Would that be a sign to short? No. Why? Well, because the market took the blue pill and went straight to hell up today. I wouldn't short this market with Trump's money. And that mother lover got a lot. I wonder how Netanyahu and Lebanon is getting along. They're supposed to have peace talks. That's like a cat and a mouse having a conversation. Yep. It's like a cat and a mouse having a conversation. The mouse says, "Can I have me some cheese?" And the cat says, "Well, if you agree to certain terms." So I missed the entry to go to the short. Okay. I thought for sure we'd get it up here. Okay. I thought for sure we'd get them shorts up in here, but I was wrong. And if you did get in, you better take a short stop out. But then we kind of came up in here and we came up in this area. We had delta of 125.75 of it was a nice delta surge at the very top. That tells you that the momentum was right there, a delta surge at the top, and then you break that area, put your stop down here because if you break that area, you break this area, more than likely you're going back down. We only had one little measly dot for a delta surge. That ain't quite, it's like a little suspect. But once you start seeing volume come in right there, maybe you got in lucky. Maybe you got in right here and you take some off right there for about 10 points. Man, it's been a slow day. Market has just been going up, straight up, but slow, which is actually kind of good because I don't like the volatility. I don't like volatility. Okay. I like making me some nice, easy base hits. That's what I like. Nice, easy base hits. Okay. Maybe you go in with some volume. Nice, easy base hits. Go in with some volume, peel some off, build up your account. That's all you got to do. I wouldn't try to get in on this right here. Some people have a run up and nice little pullback right here. You have the delta kind of dried up, but the one thing I don't like is that sell and balance right there. Okay, that's the one thing I don't like. We're going up on light volume. That's the one thing I don't like is right there. Okay, that's the one thing I just don't like. Any other time that'd been pretty good. I mean, it would have been nice if the delta on this candle right here would be like 150, 200. That'd be really nice. Maybe you take a stab at it. And also another thing, if you want to put your stops, if you want to try to get in here's a little tidbit for you. You can have tight stops. Here's a little tidbit for you. Okay, maybe you're one of these traders, and I am too. You get yourself a little pullback right here. You got yourself a bullish engulfing candle right there. Okay, that's a go sign. Okay, you go right here on the break of that high right there. Okay, where are you gonna put your stop? Well, most people say right down here, but you know what I say? Put it right here. have yourself a real tight stop. Why? Well, for one, we had all this selling right here, and if we break that, more than likely, we're gonna come back down to this area, and you'll probably get your full stop out, okay? But also another thing, if you're breaking this area, you're looking for a momentum trade up here. You do a tight stop like right here, well, that right there is about 4 points, and you've done made yourself 8, okay? Because look what happened when we did break this area, okay? Look what happened when we did break that area, okay? Look what happened when we started breaking that area right there. You had that big positive bar of delta right there. You had a selling with light delta, okay, because the opacity is. Look at that one right there. So even if you got in a little bit late and you came up here and get up in this area, you got yourself about 4 points, okay? Uh, did I say 8 points? Where did I get 8 points from? I don't know. I must be smoking something. A Cadbury egg. What the hell is in that Cadbury egg? Uh, but that's what I'm talking about, okay? You get in here because you got all this positive delta right there on this volume, and you gotta look at the opacity of the volume bars because that'll tell you the delta, okay? Put your stop down here, man. You got like a 3-point stop, and you come up here and get yourself about 6 points, man, that's a 2 to 1, okay? That's how you can have tight stops. See, you can have tight stops, okay? I'm not saying to buy up here, man. Uh, but this right here, boom, okay, nice bullish engulfing on that body right there. Boom, we have 49 delta. We got a delta that's about 150 delta positive right there from the previous. Boom, you gotta yeah, you gotta get in. Put the little tight stop right there, man. Once you come up in this area, man, once you come up in this area and you start breaking that volume area right there, you gotta get out, man. You just gotta get out. Take your little winner and move on. Take your little winner. Take your little 5 points and move along. Okay. You ain't going to get much today. Okay. You ain't going to get much today. What the heck am I doing? Your base hits, folks. I'm telling you something. You start taking trades like this. Okay. You start taking trades like this. Okay. And you start taking trades like this and you're disciplined enough to take your tight stop outs, once you do about 50 to 100 trades like this, you're going to learn a hell of a lot more than full porting. Okay. You're going to start learning how to scalp this financial market. We're not as good as these gurus buying the bottoms and selling the tops up here and getting 40 points. Do I get 40 points? Absolutely. Okay. I get 40 points in a conducive market to my trading style. But this market is not conducive to my trading style, and I know that. That's why I've downsized. This market is not conducive to my trading style, and that is why I have downsized. Because this market is a whack job right now. I mean, it's bad enough you're trading NQ. I mean, it's like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. And then you got all this conflict with the Middle East going on again. I mean, holy smokes. Come on. Sit here and have me another Cadbury egg. And here's another thing you got to think about. Let's say you got in here. Let's say you peel some off right up in this area. Right there, that profit will pay for your stop out. And you just leave a runner. When you get stopped out, it's probably break even trade. I wonder how many accounts were blown today trying to short this. I just had to take a screenshot. I thought for sure we'd have a bigger squeeze than this, man. That's only stinking 25 points, man. I thought we'd have a bigger one. Boy, look at all these. See, you ain't the only one. Look at this. Buyer here. I mean, seller there, seller there, sellers up here. They getting smoked. They getting smoked. They about ready to get smoked more. You ain't the only one buying the tops. And here's the thing with futures that a lot of people don't understand, like beginner traders. What they don't understand is this ain't like the stock market. This ain't like a pool of shares. Okay, these contracts are being slung around. It's not like a pool of contracts like stocks. Like oh, you buy a stock and you make money. Oh, great, you make money. Uh, it's not a pool. It's a zero sum game. Which means in the futures market, when you buy a contract and you make money, someone had to sell you that stinking contract and they're losing money. Okay, this is a zero sum game. This is how the financial market works in the futures. Does not work like that in stocks. Okay, so with this bubble trading, that's how you have to think about this. You have to think about the pain of the other players. And those other players could be the big dogs, big institutions. Okay. I mean, you ain't got retail traders slinging around 55 contracts right here. Okay. 46 contracts, 75 single order, 75 contracts. Ain't no stinking retail trader doing that, man. Ain't no retailer doing that. And some people will ask, well, how can you have 75 contracts go off in one single tick uh, when there's not that much on level two in the liquidity books? Because the level two data is just a snapshot of the market. These institutions are playing on a totally different terminal and they're playing off the backs of each other. Okay. You might have Citadel that sold that to Goldman. Who knows? We don't know. You know, the market makers. Here's the thing: the market makers could have bought all this crap. Okay, the market makers could have bought a whole bunch of stinking contracts and then throughout the day unleash them. Okay, they'll buy a whole bunch of contracts and then hedge against it. And if they're wrong, okay, they're wrong. They're hedged. If they're right, well, then their hedge might be losing them a little bit of money, and then they just let it go, and then they start unleashing the orders. It's a friggin' game them boys are playing. Okay, it's a friggin' game. Okay, it's a very expensive one. But that's how you have to look at this. And that's why when I say financial interest, this is a financial interest. Okay, this right here, this 300, let's see, 300 and some sellers, that is a financial interest. Okay, they're taking heat. I thought for sure we'd break it right here, but we didn't. We started breaking it on this candle right here. This candle right here is where we started breaking it. This one right here. That's when we started breaking it. Uh, I'm not excited about this anymore because I'm freaking out of it. I'm no longer excited. I was getting excited. Boy, I missed a boat on this one there. Look at that. I missed a boat. I got in about half. I, I I missed it. I missed it right here. Right here. Right here. I missed it and then I got in. And then I start covering. I mean I started selling. Uh yeah. Oh well. You win some, you lose some. Tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow's another day. It don't matter. Do 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 do. All righty. Do, 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 do. I wonder how many accounts were blown today from that. I just wonder how many. Do, 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 do. Discord. I only use Discord for a few things. I kind of, I used to listen to that Alpine Trader, FSP. Mainly, I use Discord because my buddy and I play WoW on the weekends. On on a Saturday night, have a little bourbon, play a little bit of WoW. I only play about once a week. Uh, yeah. It's like 2 o'clock. Here, let me close this out. What am I? Yeah, I'm green for the day. I am done. I'm closing that stinking entry order window out. I am closing it out. This is what I was using today. If you go to OFB entry, this right here, I was using this right here, and I was using the HK, the hotkeys. And I just enabled the hotkeys and just trade off of that. Okay, you got to put in your ticker and then your account. And we got BE for break even, canceled, and flat. Or you can just trade off the charts right here. You can kind of like trade off the charts right here. You shift click. I'm laughing at my kid. Alrighty. Okie dokie. What we got here? What we got here? Oh wow, my kid's going crazy. Uh Alrighty. Well, hey, we got some orders coming in here, man. Look at this. Here, let me so I'm on some account. I've already made my money in my funded account. I'm just gonna play around and show some people that might not know what's going on with this thing. So we got the live pulse right here. You can make trades. Here, let me go to the site. Let me go to orderflowbars.com. If you go to the site, and you click on features, this is a page I'm working on. Chart Trader. It gives you your right mouse button, shift, and control. Shift plus left click is buy, market buy order. Shift right click, market sell. It just gives you all that information. Okay. So let's say you just come in and you can click this and anywhere anywhere on the chart. You can click this anywhere on the chart. You can just click, boom, that's a market buy. Okay. Then you do, boom, another market buy. You can come down here and take your stop loss. If you try to put it up here, it ain't going to allow you to do it. But if you come down here and be like, oh, okay, if we break this area, then I kind of want to get out. Oh, maybe I want to buy some more down in here. So I just buy some more down in here. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you an example. Maybe you just put a target up here. Maybe you can put a target right up in there. What I need to do is I need to have, maybe I want to, come on, man, go into profit a little bit. Maybe I'll cancel that out. Okay. Maybe I go into profit a little bit. Okay, we got into profit a little bit. I'm just gonna boom, take it right there. You see how it canceled out that order down there, and you got your order filled. But if you buy right here, when you drag this down, I'm gonna have a tab right here. There's gonna be a tab that shows you like two contracts. Okay, just two contracts, and maybe have a tab down here that shows you how many contracts you're in, and also how much points and money you would lose. Like right now, I'm in one contract. Let's say I go into another contract. Okay, and let's say then it's going to show two contracts right there, and then it'll tell you how much money you would lose if you got a full stop out. I think that would be a good idea. Have like a tab like that. And also you can take the tab and once you're in profit, you can take that tab and drag it up. Right now you have to kind of go into the stop loss right here and kind of do it that way. It's not ideal. And you can click the X button and then actually take it off. Also, let me buy again. The bubbles right here, yesterday they were kind of overlapping on top of the area right here. These little tabs right here, they were kind of overlapping, but now they're kind of going under. I just had to fix the Z index on that. That's all. And actually, in the order that it was being done in. Okay, we can do another one. And actually, you can go in the hotkeys. You can go to HK. You can go to HK. Here, let's drag this up here. When you hover over that, it says enable hotkeys, Shift B, Shift S, blah, 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 blah. But you can enable hotkeys. And what that does is, let's say I want to buy one more. I just hit Shift B. Okay, that's order filled. And I want to hit Shift B. I fill some more. Let's say I want to sell some. Shift S. Maybe I want to flatten this trade. I just do Shift F. And it just cancels the whole trade. Okay. Thank goodness that was done on a sim account. I'll say we do Shift S. Okay, I hit that twice. Okay, as you can see right here, I'm in two shorts right there. Well, maybe I need to make that opacity of that thing a little bit better. Okay, I'm in +5 contracts. Boy, I need to make that. I need to change that a little bit. Okay, I felt Shift E moves it to a break even, and then Shift F flattens the trade. Okay, maybe I'll go go into two buys. Okay, into two buys. Go into two buys. Let's see if it breaks to 950. Uh, maybe it breaks to 950. I'm just showing you some hotkeys. Uh, okay. Okay, dokie. Come on. Move it on up. Move it on up. Move it on up. Come on. Come on. Move it up. Move it up. There we go. Maybe not. But those are the hotkeys. And I'm just going to flatten the trade. Maybe not. Okay. Okay. But those are the hotkeys. And do HK to disable the hotkey. Hit the nut bag. Okay. But yeah, that's the chart trader in a nutshell. It needs to be better. It really does. But I'm getting there. At least we can make some stinking trades on the chart, folks. At least we can make some trades on the chart. You do shift left click. We get the order filled. Maybe I want to do some profit target up in there. Maybe I do some stop loss, drag it on down. At least we got that going right now. It needs to be a little bit better. We can do that. Let's say you want to do a take profit. You hit control right click. Boom, takes it. Whoop, we're gonna get stopped out anyway. Maybe I don't want to get stopped out. Maybe I want to be a full port degenerate. Maybe I close my stop, be an undisciplined trader, and then I'll sit there and cost average down. Okay, maybe you do that. Shift B. Shift B ain't working, but you can do Shift F. Shift the left click to order fill it. Maybe you order filled, get a bunch of them going. So yeah, this is it needs to show like right here. You got 4 contracts. That's negative 6, 7 ticks. That needs to be like points or how much money you're making or losing. That needs to be up in there. We got 130 some. But yeah, this is just the chart trader. Very simple. It's very simple right now, but it's going to get better. It's going to get better. I mean, this add-on has only been around. Okay, you see that stop right there? I want to move it into a break even. Boom. And we kind of move it in with a little bit more than a break even. Maybe a break even plus 1. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it is. See, it canceled all the orders. But if you are using the chart trader and hotkey stuff, make sure come over here and make sure you got orders right here. Okay, orders. I don't have any orders, but make sure you actually go to orders and then look to see, because you might have a ghost order out there. Who knows? I'm trying to develop this enough to protect people enough. Like right here. Okay, we got 2 contracts. If I want to do a take profit, control right click, profit, control right click. Because I've only got 2 contracts, if I try to do a third control right click for take profit, it won't allow me to do it. Here we go. Cannot allocate 1 contract, only 0 available after existing partial take profits. Okay, so you really can't. Maybe I need to make that a little bit more simpler to understand. Sometimes my wording is just kind of jacked up, but that's what you have. And also right here, look at that. You got the working orders right there. Boom, working orders. Okay, let's say you close one out. Here, let me close one out. Now you only got 1 working order. Okay. Um, you really have to kind of play around with this. I would recommend doing this on like a sim account, like I'm doing right now. and just play around with it. And you have the X button that just flattens everything. Okay. Um, Play around with the chart trader, the hotkeys. Uh, they're only going to get better as we go. They're really going to get better as we go. She's just playing around now. Yeah, the chart trader is only going to get better. It's only going to get better. The chart trader will get better. It will get better, folks. So it's like 2 o'clock. It's like 2 o'clock. Ain't nothing going on. Okay. We got a lot of wicks down at the bottom. We got we got some wicks right here. All these wicks right here. We're trying to break up. I don't know what's going on in there, but something crazy. Um. Oh, wait a minute. That's been picked up on the mic. Ha! My kid's going crazy. The mom and the kid are going at it. This is what I get for having my office door open. My maniac kid's going at it. Okie dokie. Ugh. All right, we got 133 sitting on the bed at nine and a half. 9.5, we got 133 sitting on the bed. Ugh. The kid and the mama are going at it like wild animals. Holy crap. Ugh. Yep, they going at it. Uh, Oh well. Okay. So yeah, this add-on, I got about 120 sitting on the bed, 130 down there, 128 sitting on the bed at 9.5. Maybe we can go down there and fill some of that. What else we got down in here? We ain't got much going on. What's up top? What's up top? You ain't got much up top. I don't keep a whole lot. The Dom, I keep the Dom at Dom depth at 75 because I don't need to see a whole. I don't need to know what the heck is up there 200 above. I could care less. I really don't know. I really don't care. Uh, so this is just consolidating. You got a little inside spinning top there on the 5 minute on the previous 5 minute. Boy, it's going crazy again, ain't it? Yeah, no, I need to get. Come on, man, boy, that was a bad update this morning. You don't have version .3. I didn't release it, thank goodness, because this would be jacked. This is why this right here, this add-on, I'm going to be releasing updates, but it's going to be slowly because I really need to test this now because It's out there for people to pay. People have been purchasing licenses. It's like $95 for a whole year for everything, okay? The order flow pulse is there. The DOM is still in beta. Uh, that I'm hoping to get that, wrapped up this month, okay? This weekend, I'm gonna work on the DOM, some more. There's some stuff I need to get wrapped up with it. Uh Hopefully that'll come out of beta. But here's the thing: even though the 17th is when the free license ends. Okay, for order flow pulse for this and for the indicator. Okay, for this for the DOM, that's still going to be. I'm gonna you'll have to run an update on the DOM if you use it, but it's still going to be free, and it's going to be free until it's out of beta and looking really good. Okay. Uh, and I think I have that updated on the site explaining that. Uh, but I mean, $8 a month, uh, it's $95 for a whole year. That's like $8 a month. So tonight I'm gonna put a little padding up in here, because this right here, I'm gonna put a little padding up in here because we need to be able to see, uh, the bubbles being formed like right here, not right up against that column. And they need to be able to show. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right. All right. Okay, so here, let me open my window. Ah, all right. I just had to open up my window, get some fresh air in here. Ah. All right, so we came down here to 9.5. We're about 130 sitting on the bed at 9.5. They're starting to fill some orders down in here. They're starting to fill the orders. What you got to look for is you got to make sure that they're refreshing the bids right here. Okay, if these numbers, that 40, that 952, that 52, and that 40 that 43 starts getting eaten up, just like it did. It needs to refresh, it needs to refresh, it needs to refresh. There we go. Pick it up a little bit. Pick the pace up, pick the pace up. I see you just come in here. I see you want to do a buy. Well, this is a sim account, so I'm just doing some explanations right here because I am done trading for the day. The funded account's green. I am done for the day. Maybe you want to come down here, maybe put your stop. Maybe you want to put your stop right here. Okay. This is not a trade to be taken. This is just explanation. Of course, you did have a little absorption right here, but I need for it to start trading up to really be absorption. Okay. Uh, Now, see what you want to look for is absorption right here, and if they do spike down into this area right here, you need to see it aggressively come right back up. The buyers need to be in charge and come right back up. This is not good. You got to buy and balance. You got buy and balance being absorbed up in here. That is not good. That is not good at all. You got buy and balance that is getting absorbed. Okay, they're picking it up. Okay, you got another buy and bounce picked up in there. Let's say you want to move this to a break even. You can move this. Now it's a break even trade. Okay. Well, maybe break even plus one. I don't know. But that's how you do it. Okay. This is how you do the chart trader. Everything's looking pretty good. And the order got filled. Okay. Um, that's a chart trader in a nutshell. You got to come down here. You got to hit that CT right there. And you can do hotkeys. You can do hotkeys if you want. You can do hotkeys if you want. Okay. Uh, that's about it. Um, let's see. What else am I going to do? I got the live pulse right padding. Uh, so this, already. Yeah, we got a little wick up there on the chart. There ain't much going on, folks. We just been just grinding up, grinding up. I wonder how many accounts got blown trying to short this thing. Wow. So I took the screenshot of that 5 minute chart. Oh, wait a minute. We got a trade up in here. If you get short right here, had a nice big wick right there. You got to sell and bounce. If you got short right up in here, it needs to start coming back down. We got 120 negative delta. It really needs to really start picking up the pace. Okay, you don't want them reclaiming this area right here. Boy, I was looking at Discord. Sorry about that. We got 123 sell contracts closed up here, but then we had this little wick right here and big huge wick down. Okay, once we broke this area right here, as you can see right here on the 5 minute, we closed below. That is actually a valid short right here. Okay, let me what we got sitting on the books down on the bids. We ain't got much sitting down there. They're down there at 913. Holy smokes. Uh, my order execution window is closed, so I can't do this because I closed it out. I closed it out and I'm profitable for the day, so I cannot do this. By the time I got it back up, it would have been too late. Uh, if we start reclaiming this area right up in here, if we get past 9.5 right up in here, actually, right up in this area, see all that volume right there? You see that volume right up in here? If we get past that volume, you need to just go ahead and just cut the trade, okay? Uh, that's the thing. Like right now, I'd be taking some off right now and just move to a break even, to be quite honest. You got to pay yourself and protect the capital. You got to have capital to trade. Okay? You got to have capital to trade. If you can't execute orders, you can't do anything, man. So you got to have capital to trade. How many ticks are these? Got the profile bars. Oh, Delta profile bars. This one right here, this one on the 1,000 tick chart. Yeah, this is a good trade. Sorry I missed. Hopefully somebody got this. Because you got 123 sellers, 68 of it is single order. We had this little. We broke this area right here. You had some nice positive selling volume when you broke that low. At 5 minute, we were closing below it. We're trading below the moving average. That is a nice little short right now for about 6 points. I mean, for today, that's actually pretty decent. The the profile merge for the 1,000 tick chart, the volume profile tick merge is set to 4. On the 5 minute, I have it set to 8, which I'm not even showing the 5 minute. Like, if I set that to 4, that would be so right now, this area right here, you do not want to be coming up into here, okay? That's the whole thing. You don't wanna be coming up into the 946 areas, okay? Because that's where all your volume is. You see how it kinda spiked up there, that little wick? And it kinda drifted back down, which is good. That's good. They're holding it. That is what you wanna see. You wanna see them holding that area right there. Now what you should be doing is tighten up your stop. You wanna tighten your stop up, okay? Where you gonna put your stop? Well, if you get past this area right here, that's the bad sign, okay? You wanna tighten up your stop. Manage the trade. Th this is how a trade like this is where you can get 10 points, sell a contract, and have a runner, and this is where that runner could make you 50, 100 points if if we move that much. That's the thing, if we move that much. I mean, right now we've only moved 12 points. That ain't much. I mean, that ain't stinking much at all. Okay. You gotta look at the delta here. The delta's picking up. We're at 60. We need to see 100. There we go. We got 100. Okay. Now what you want to do if you're trailing this out, you see that volume right up in here. If you see this right here, if we get past this area right here, that low volume will probably come up into this area right here. You just got to tighten up your stop. Use your volume and your delta. That's what I do. I use my volume and my delta. The delta down here, is it still moving down? Well, we're at 50. Okay. You do not want to see this going to a positive 100. I was getting ready to say. Uh, you really need to tighten up the stop right now. If you're trading this, you really need to tighten up your stop up in here. Okay. If you get stopped out and this thing dumps, who cares? All right. Let it like, okay, I missed this trade. Am I pissed off? No. Why? Because I made my money for a day and I'm done. Okay. I closed out my execution terminal and I'm done. It's just the order flow bar entry window is closed. No big deal. You know, I mean, 400 bucks for the day, I'm pretty daggone lucky. In this environment, I'm pretty lucky. I'll just move on. Okay, I just move on to another day. Okay, do we got anything sitting on the books down here? You got about 913. They still sitting there at 913. If we start breaking this area right here, you got to really start thinking about what you want to do. Okay, but this is a valid trade. Because the 5 minute we closed below. Okay. 68, we closed below right here. We were breaking this area right here. Valid trade. 65. We closed below the moving average, and it's a big sell order. You're using that 155, a 68 single order contract, and that 155, you're using that as support. 123 of it on a 1,000 tick chart. So 123 of it within 100 milliseconds. Okay. You're using this as backing. Okay. And then you get short. You're using what you are doing is you're using big players for backing. That's what you're doing. That's all you're doing is using big players for backing. Okay, you're using big players for the backing. Okay, you're using the big players as backing. You're using this as backing. Okay. And once we start selling below, when we start getting down here, that's pretty good. Once you start breaking that big volume area right there, you really got to think about paying yourself. Okay. A 40-point trade. Now I'm kind of regretting closing the terminal out. Oh well. Tomorrow's another day. Um, Boy, it could have been an $800 day. Well, no, it couldn't have been because I'm not trading minis. I'm trading a handful of micros. So, oh well. Uh, oh well. Oh well. Yeah, so the delta is shifting 135. You know, the trade is starting to come back up on you. Okay, you got a little inside bar right here. If we break that low again, we could possibly come all the way back down. But you're using, I hope you understand that you're using this 123 seller as back, and you're using a 5 minute as a context, okay? You're using 5 minute as a context of, hey, am I in the right direction? You have to be in the right direction. Right here, you had 155 sell contracts, 68 of it was one single order. And once you start breaking that on the 5 minute, that's a pretty good sign. Okay. And then you go to the 1,000 tick chart and then you start doing your entries on a 1,000 tick chart. Why did I do a 1,000 tick chart? Well, I mean, a 1,000 tick chart, I normally don't trade a 1,000 tick chart. Okay. We got a sell and bounce right here. But the reason I'm doing that is because in the market conditions that we're in, with these whipsaws that we're having, a 1 minute is not conducive for me. Okay, so I have to use ticks. It gives it a little bit smoother entry. Okay, you can use range bars. I'll probably trade range bars tomorrow too, and see how that is, or I might just stick with the 1,000 tick chart. Okay, um, this right here, we had this bar right here. We did not break the high. We did not break the low. So that's sort of like an inside bar right there. And then once we started breaking that, then we started breaking. This right here is starting to come up. Okay. So if you're in a trade, if you're in this trade, you can leave the door open. You can leave it open. Yeah, leave it open. There we go. Good. Thank you. Uh, I mean, if you take a 40-point trade and you let that thing come back on you, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Uh, I'd be cutting the trade to be quite honest. Right now, I'd be cutting the trade. Why? Well, for one, you have this right here, 216 negative delta. Okay, this candle right here, boom, you got 22 delta. This one right here, 135 delta. You got 173 delta, 200 delta on these two candles right here. That's telling you to shift the momentum. Okay, that's telling you a momentum shift. Okay, that's all it's telling you is a momentum shift. It's just telling you a momentum shift. Uh, Boy, look at that. On the 5 minute, on the 5 minute, you've got 103. You got a buyer up here. We closed below. That is a trapped buyer. But is that really a trapped buyer or are they these individuals right here? Okay, we don't know. But you got to look to your left. Okay. And that's why I made the update that I made to show all the bars from New York session. Okay. So the bubbles now show all the New York session. The bubbles now show all the New York session. Okay. Uh, you can just go to solid bars if you want. It shows all the New York session, okay? We have not had a trapped buyer in a long time, okay? I mean, we have gone straight the hell up, so it's really not trapped, okay? Uh, this one is the only one we had, okay? On 1,000 tick chart, it didn't show up. Yeah, I'm sitting on the bids down here. Boom. No, we ain't got nothing sitting on the bids down here. We ain't got nothing on the books down there. So, yeah, this right here is not a micro pullback to me. It is a micro pullback for some people, but this right here, you had 173. Then on this candle here, you had the delta going up. And then we closed below. Most people would be taking a short right there and then riding it down. That's a little hard for me to take because of that delta is climbing per bar. It's climbing. That's a little hard for me to swallow that short right there. Oh, I'd really be getting out now. I'd really be getting out now. You want to know why? I'd really be getting out now. Because if you break, I mean, if you break that right there, if you break that, because you have a buy and bounce with the delta surge of 144, you got positive 321 delta. You're breaking the high of there. You closed above the persistent delta. Okay. That right there, we could this could be the end of the little selling, okay? This could be the end of it, okay? This could be the end of the selling. If you're in a short from here and you see crap like this, you got to take your 45 points, your 40 points, because you've got a buy and balance, 140 delta surge, 320 delta, 140 of it was a delta surge up here, and you closed above it. That's telling you that the buyers are stepping up. The buyers are stepping up. So that means you need to take your freaking profits, man. I'm just telling you to take your freaking profits. That's all I'm telling you. When you're in something like that, what you want to do is just take your stop right here and just kind of add it up. Okay. I closed out my terminal, so I can't be doing anything. So then, yeah. So, you know, y- yeah. You started seeing a shift in these two candles right here. You see this? 173, 200 delta. You're starting to see a shift. Okay. It went from negative 200 to a positive 175. So that's a lot, folks. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. That's like 270 some positive delta shift. That's a big delta shift. Okay. These two bars were telling you the buyers were coming in. Okay. Right here, 145, 118, then all of a sudden 300 and 300 and some delta right up in here. It's telling you the momentum shifting. And look at the volume. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. Okay. Look at what this is. This is a run up. And you have a volume up here. Okay. That's a P shape. A P shape and volume profile is very bullish signal. Very low volume down at the bottom. Okay. You got the delta surge and the persistent buying and the delta surge happens right here with the buy and bounce. And when I talk about delta surge, let me explain this for a delta surge. A delta surge, I traded delta surge on footprint charts, regular footprint charts, and then I just coded the logic of how I used to trade it, which was very difficult to do in your mind right on the fly. Okay. Delta surge of 75. That means I don't. I think it's within 100 milliseconds. I have it down. I couldn't do this in my head, but I wrote the code to do 100 milliseconds. If the delta surges 75 delta within 100 milliseconds, surges 75 delta. Okay, and we had a delta surge of 140 right here, as you can see right here. We had stacked levels of 3. That means there was 3 stacked levels of buying. Okay, this is tick marked. So we have 3 stacked levels. Okay, you have like quarter, half, 3/4, and there was more buyers than sellers. Not in imbalance, but just stacked levels. More buyers than sellers, and price ticks. What that price ticks tubing means, what it means, is that it has to tick up and then tick up again. It has to be 2 consistent tick ups. If it ticks up and then it ticks down, it's invalid. That's not the surge is over. Okay, it has to tick up, tick up. And you had 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. You had 3 of them stacked up. That means it ticked up 2, 4, 6 ticks. It tick up, tick, 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 tick. It just ticked up, and the delta was surging. I mean, it's 140 delta surge. Plus, you got a buying bounce right there. That's a stinking go sign to go long. What's a friggin'? That is a sign for you to cut your stinking short and go long. That right there. If you want to try and pick the bottoms, this is what you're looking for. If you're trying to pick a bottom of a nice big sell off and you're getting short, and you start covering, okay, and you see this, you really better cover. And then when you break the high of that, you can put your stop down here below right here. You can put your stop right there at about 6 points, and you're already up about 18 points. Okay. This right here, this one little stinking trading plan right here can make you a hell of a lot of money. Okay. This right here, this delta surge, and a close above it with the volume like this, the only thing that was missing for this to be an A++ setup would be a big, large buyer or a big, large seller right down in here. 100 sell contracts, and they got trapped. That's a friggin' squeeze up top, baby. You know, I don't trade late afternoon. When I make my money, my funded account's green, so I closed out the terminal. Don't want to get my money back. Okay, maybe I'll start need to. You know what I need to do is just get one of them greened, and take the other one and trade that one too. Late afternoon, just take one account and just be like, okay, maybe that's my risky account, whatever. All right. You see what I'm talking? Man, this is. You see what I'm talking about? This right here. Remember what I just talked about a shift in momentum. These 2 candles right here was the shift in momentum with that delta when we were moving down. Look at all that negative delta. And all of a sudden, this candle right here, boom. And then we had 2 candles with a nice big shift in delta. And then you had this stinking candle that you want to go long on. Get yourself about 18, 20 points. This is how the freaking sausage is made, folks. This is how the sausage is made in the financial instruments. We're not trying to pick bottoms and tops. Okay. Did we pick a bottom here? We have no idea. Okay. All we know is it's a stinking good trade to take. We don't know. Okay. I mean, plus you're right here. A lot of volume you got to chew through to get back up to the value area high. But what's stopping you? Not very much, to be quite honest. Where it all, the selling started right up in there with that 123 right there. Not much is stopping. Okay. This was a delta surge right here. This probably would have gotten me to take some profits right up in here because you got 91 delta surge right there. Okay, that would have been me to be taking some profits right up in here, to be quite honest, because you're breaking that volume area, and then just move to a break even, which the break even didn't get hit. But that's how I protect my profits. Get a little bounce right there. get green, sell half, move to a break even. Try to get yourself a runner from here to here for about 50, 40 points. Okay. You make 40 points. Okay. You make about 40 points on the downside. You get in this right here. Maybe you make yourself maybe you make yourself 10 points. I don't know. Maybe you made yourself 10 points. That's 50 points right there. Got 50 points for the day on a mini. That's $1,000 day. Okay. Okay. I mean, we're not trying to pick the tops and bottoms here, folks. We're just trying to get base hits. Okay, we're just trying to get base hits. This base hit turned into a nice big winner. If you have a runner, okay, we get some base hits right up here. It might turn into a nice big runner up here. Okay, and get yourself about 80 points, make about $1,600 on the day with the mini. I mean, that's how it's made. That's how I passed a handful of funded accounts. Okay, a handful of evals and got a handful of funded accounts. Uh, just doing this. Okay, order flow pulse, just doing this. If you're using Bookmap, I mean, I guess you could use the order flow live pulse. If you're only using the bubbles and stuff like that, you can use this right here. Save yourself some money, I guess. Okay, we're right up here, up against the moving average on the 5 minute that is sloping down. You got to be careful with this area right here. You got to be really careful because this could easily be a bounce up and then a move back down. Okay, this could easily be a move back down. You got to be careful in this area right here. It uh, right up in here, you're going to start seeing some volume picking up, I bet. You're going to see this on the live pulse probably picking up on this area. What I need to do is I need to create a VWAP. So I need to create a VWAP. So right down in here, you have the moving average, uh, which is not all that great for a tick chart. It's mainly for time charts. Moving average, VWAP. I need to do the VWAP up in here. They might be going for it. They might be going for them 9.5. What we got sitting up on the books up here. Whoops, wrong way. About 9.5 up in here. You got about 50 sitting on the bed at 946, about 50 sitting on 946, about 60 sitting up at 949. You got buy and bounce right there on the current 1,000 tick chart. That's bullish. Don't give it back there, man. Don't give it back. You can hit the 9.5. It's starting to lose its footing a little bit. Yeah. Got a little support there at 915. got a little support there at 915. Uh, so this add-on, the free trial license is going to be over. I need to start getting support for this thing to keep going with it. We got close above the moving average on the 5 minute. I was going to say 9 EMA. Before that moving average I developed, I used the 9 EMA. But this moving average, just Hagen Ashy smoothed out with the 9 EMA. Yep, we're actually that's a go sign right here, folks. This is the go sign. Are we going up to 9.5? This is the go sign if we hold this. You got that sell and bounce right here. You see that sell and bounce right here? You see that sell and bounce right here that got absorbed and we're moving up and we got buy and bounce. That means those sellers right there was 4 times more sellers than buyers. And we got a delta surge up top. Like I said, this is a go sign to keep holding, man, to keep holding. That's what that is. Are we going to get up here to 9.5? We don't know. Oh, we got 77 sitting at 949. You got 77 sitting at 949. Okay, it's losing a little bit. If you lose that volume area right there, you could easily come back down here to 9.25 because you got low volume area right there. You see how it kind of spiked down a little bit. Uh, you want it to hold. Okay, if you're in this long from here and you traveled up to here, I mean, you got 20 points. You really seriously need to be locking some in. You seriously need to be selling half and moving to a break even. Self discipline and capital preservation will get you a extremely long way in the financial markets. Self discipline and capital preservation mindset will get you in extremely long ways. With those two things and a nice simple trading plan, you can make a living. That's another thing. I need to put my trading plan out there. I got a 2 minute sweet spot that kind of explains the trading plan. I got a 2 minute sweet spot that kind of explains I'd be getting the hell out. That's I'd be getting the hell out, man. I'd be getting the hell out right up in there. Once you start breaking that area, it's no more game for you. You taken this and you break that area, you better take your 15 points and move the hell on. Where did we lose it? Whoops, wrong way. Right there around 940 up in this area. Which is kind of interesting because we don't have that much big negative delta up here, man. See up here, we got big positive delta for a New York session. So that's kind of strange how it just sells off like this. For me, it is because I'm looking at this. I mean, well, you got these sellers right here. Okay. You got this whole area right here that was a balanced market area. So, yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay. Because we ran up and then we had a nice big balance auction right here. And we're right here in the middle of that. Okay, so that kind of makes sense why we would sell off because you had sellers up there. But is it going to be a big sell off? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. It's just enough of a sell off to tell you when you broke that low of the 5 minute. And if you're in down here, that really, man, you really got to get out. You can always get back in. If you've never traded a tick chart before, I would highly recommend trading a tick chart. I would highly recommend go back to the put the add-on on, okay? Put the add-on on, go to, tick bars and do 500 ticks, okay? Do 500 ticks and do market replay on Ninja Trader or playback, okay? Playback. Just download the NQ and do a playback and just watch it, okay? See how it reacts. See how it reacts to the large buyers and sellers. See how it reacts to these uh, imbalance areas, the buying balance, selling balances, the delta surges. 895, you got some support down there. A little bit of support right down there, about 895, about 50 on the bid. Uh, yeah, right down there at your break even. Hope you took some profits up in here, and if you tried to get in here, you better have taken your small loss. Yeah, so the add-on, the order flow pulse, the add-on, uh, I mean, it's $95 for a whole year. I'm just if you wanna support it and see the current the future development of it, that would be great. If you wanna wait 6 months and see where this thing's at, who knows? If I got enough support, probably in 6 months, I'll be working on my own trading platform, to be quite honest. I will always be, supporting Ninja Trader. This add-on will always be on Ninja Trader and supported. And I might not even do my own trading platform because that might be too much for one person to take on, which is quite a lot. I mean, I've already got the backing of Ninja Trader. The only reason I would even think about doing that is because, I'm only confined to Ninja Trader, you know? I mean, I could take the heat map trader, the live pulse, and just make that its own app, and then have that its own app. So people that don't have Ninja Trader would at least be able to get a heat map, and not a very expensive one. Yeah, the 1 minute bubble settings are set to 75 as well for the aggregation. I mean, a 1 minute is okay. The problem is a 1 minute right now would probably be okay. Here, let me, I mean, you're looking at a 1 minute, wrong one. I mean, a 1 minute, this is the 1 minute. This is, wait a minute, what am I doing? Yes, 75 aggregation. Um, I mean, today, the 1 minute would have been pretty decent. we don't have any real crazy spikes today. That's why I did the 1,000 tick chart this morning because I'm like, "Man, I'm done with the time charts because of the volatility with all the stuff going on in the Middle East." I just switched to a 1,000 tick chart because, uh, time-wise, you get those crazy spikes, and that's what I was expecting today, especially with the Israel-Lebanon talks. I was expecting that. But we really didn't get it. We got a slow grind up. It's really not a whole lot, uh, not a whole lot of really good trades today. I mean, I'm green on my funded account, which I'm happy about. I mean, I can't bitch and moan about that. Uh, let's take a look at the volume profile. If we look at a volume profile, NQM, let's look at the real time New York session. Let's look at 10. We'll go to a 5 minute and we'll merge the rows to like 64. That usually looks halfway decent. Maybe we merge the rows to 32. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay, good job. Yep. Uh, okay. Okay. All right. We got, man, what the heck is going on? Okay. Uh, you got that volume area right here. You got this volume area. You got a low volume area right there. Okay. Let me remove the overnight point of control. So overnight point of control. This was the overnight high right here. Right here was the overnight high, 723. Overnight low of 560. We didn't even get down there. We broke the overnight high and we stayed above it. That's extremely bullish. They are really propping this crap up, man. This is the big, huge gap. Okay, this is the big, huge gap. I mean, is it going to get filled? Probably eventually. I don't know what we're going to. I mean, right now, this is just looking just craziness bullish. Okay, just craziness bullish, man. If you're new and you're finding it very hard to trade, well, I've been doing this for 10 years, and yes, it's extremely hard environment to be trading in. Kind of like when I started trading. I started trading in 2008 financial collapse. So, uh, yeah, it's if you can trade this in market conditions right now and be profitable and not be like, a gambler, just, but actually be in a legitimate trading plan, legitimately consistent, uh, you'll make a lot of money when the market goes back to neutral. You really will. Yeah, when the market goes back to being neutral again, yeah, you'll make a lot of money. If you can make money in this environment, just size down, trade it, trade to survive. And when the market comes back, when the crazy conditions are over, then you'll make money. And then you can upsize. So it came down here, them sellers are they're all getting filled, but they're not breaking through. The sellers are getting filled. They're not breaking through. You gotta look at the bids right here, and they're being refreshed. I mean, maybe you can try to get in here, put your stop down here, and this is what uh you see that 38 and that 37. That's where if you start losing that area right there, if you start losing this area right here, more than likely you're going to go back down. Okay. If you start losing that area, okay, you can cancel the order. You can move it back down to this here. However, wherever you want to place it, you can. I really need to put the orders in here, the amount of orders that are in here. Okay. I really, 'cause right now, two contracts. If you move your stop down here, it needs to have a little tab there that says two. So you can grab that tab and then move it up and start trailing the stop. That's what I need to have happen. That's what I need. Okay. We don't have any more sitting there. Okay. Um, so that's what I would like to do with the chart trader is actually have that tab right there to be able to do stuff like that. Um, I've only got a few more evals left. I've only got a few more evals left. I passed one the other I think last week. I'm not sure. I think I passed one, which was good. It replaced the funded account that I blew up with this crazy freaking market condition. I got caught up in news a couple of times and it smoked my butt. I got slaughtered like a pig. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Let's look at the news. Let's see what we got going on tomorrow. Crude oil inventories at 10:30. That'll be interesting. We ain't got much going. 8:30, you got Fed bar speaks. That ain't going to be nothing. At 1:45, Bed Bowman speaks. That's usually nothing unless they say something stupid, which more than likely they will not. Uh, U.S. Iran talks April 16th. Come on. With Trump blockading them and their ports, that might actually get them to capitulate. The whole thing is that uranium, the enrichment of uranium. It's 3 o'clock. Ain't nothing going on. See, that's why I make my money in the afternoon. I just close down my terminal. You try to make your money. I don't even know when my last it was. Well, that's not the right account. Well, I don't even know. Well, oh, here we go. 122. 122. About 130 was my last trade. in my funded account. That and I normally don't even trade after 12 o'clock. That's crazy. And I closed down my terminal, and then I closed it down. We had that big short that was about 40 points. Ain't that a stinker? Ain't that a kick in the you know what? Ain't that a kick in the you know what? Kick in the jimmy! All right, what we got going on up in here, folks? We got if you order can only be placed. Oh well, yeah, that's not a ain't that a kick in the jimmy there, folks? Ain't that a kick in the jimmy? Ain't that a kick in the jimmy? Ain't that a kick in the jimmy? That was taking too long. I'm sitting there trading my funded account too. That took a little too long. That's why I got out. I didn't like that. The reason I didn't like it, I just saw this crap up in here. Okay. I got in. Okay, we had a buy and bounce, so I got in. We were bouncing out, and I saw that big red sell volume, and I'm like, man, I just don't like this. I really don't like it. So I just closed it, and the friggin' effort popped. I swear, they do this deliberately. Because I saw the big selling right there. Okay. I saw that big selling right there. And I was looking at the heat map. And I'm like, man, all this selling. No, 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 no. Don't like it. Then the friggin' thing popped on us. It popped. It popped on us. It popped. Boom. Got that little buying bounce up in there. I tried to get me in, try to get me on in there, try to get me a little bit. Look at that little effort. Oh my word, you mother. I didn't like that big selling, so I just got out. I mean, it was profitable, I just got out. I didn't like it. It's 3 o'clock. What the hell am I doing? It's 3 o'clock. But I got in because I saw that buying balance right there. Okay. I got in because, for one, I saw that buying balance right there. And I saw that 171 delta. I'm like, we're moving upwards. That one's 42 delta. I started seeing the volume right there. I was like, okay. And here was my plan. Get in, get out. And I missed the popper. And I missed the popper. Because my target was right up here. But we were taking too long. And I saw that stinking volume right there. That stinking, this right here. That volume right there got me out. That volume right there got me out. You win some, you lose some. Actually, that was a winning trade, but, you know, I should have just moved to break even. What the heck was I thinking? I should have just moved to break even and just let it work. But with this environment, I'm all in, all out. I ain't screwing around with this crap. You got 181 sell contracts. 166 of it was one single order. We closed above it. That little effort going to get squeezed the shit out of, ain't he? That thing's going to get squeezed the living crap out of them, ain't they? They allow me to get squeezed the living crap out of them. You got 166 sell contracts. What you doing there? That's one single order. That's one single order. You're going to have the trade desk, the risk desk. The risk desk is going to be calling you saying, what the hell are you doing? Why can't we get trades like this in the friggin' morning? Huh? Why can't we get stuff like this in the morning? Power hour, baby. This is where I lose most of my money. I got to shut her down. Statistically, I lose. I'm only profitable, well, mostly profitable 9:30 to 11:30. Okay, the first 2 hours, I either make or lose my money. Okay, that's just the way it is. Power hour? No. But here lately, power hour has been actually really good. Yeah, that's a nice valid trade right there. You got a little run up. You got run up, okay. You got run up. You got a seller right there. 181 contracts, 160 of it, 166 one single order. Okay, you got buy and bounce. You closed right here. The buy and bounce got a little absorbed, but once you broke this area right here, that's friggin' go sign. Got yourself about 10 points. That's actually pretty decent with what's going on today. All this is on 1,000 tick chart, man. If you don't give tick charts a chance, you just gotta give them a chance. Okay, we had a nice little sell right here. That was a nice trade for you. You know, if I was thinking, I could have switched over to my funded account real quick. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what I was thinking here. I should have moved to a break even, just let it work. Like, who cares? And the reason I got out and not a break even is I can tell you why. Because in my mind, a couple of weeks ago, I had three minis. I sold two of them. We popped. I sold one for a profit. We ran a little bit more, started losing steam. Sold the other one, moved the other one to a break even. News came out and it smoked me right through my break even, and it finally got me out. But it got me out as a huge loser. And I was like, man, I am not doing that again. That's why I'm like all in, all out. I'm either in or out. I will hit that flatten button, I'm out. Uh, when we're not in crazy market conditions, I'll let it breathe a little bit more. But man, I just can't with this market. I just can't with this market. This is just too friggin' nuts. Also, here's another trade for you. How I used to trade. We had a run up. We had a micro pullback on that bar right there. That micro pullback is the positive delta. It's an inside bar. Okay, didn't break the high, didn't break the low. That's an inside bar. That's a go sign right there. Then this bar, you got a trapped seller. That's another go sign. No wonder we're going up. Now that I'm starting to get stuff locked in a little bit, if I can get some more support of people at the end of the week when the free license is over, if I can get some more support, I'll start putting out some really good educational videos because now this is in a state where you can actually make money, where you can actually use this. If you spend $95 for a whole year, if you can't make $95 using this, because I use it and I make money and I pass evals, if you can't do that with a little bit of logic that I'm giving you, I mean, I mean, you should be able to make $95. A stinking one good trade will pay for itself. Well, you got buying balance on that 1,000 tick chart, but where are we at on the 5 minute? Right here on the 5 minute, we're up here at the highs. Okay, you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I mean, if you got in here on this trap seller right here, that's a good thing. You got to lock in your daggone profits, man. Lock in your profits if you got in. Good job. Because this is what you actually look for. You actually look for the trap sellers. Okay. You had a buyer here and we closed above. Okay. We had a seller right here with the 166 single order contract and we closed above. That right there is they got absorbed and we are moving up. I mean, you get in here, you put your stop down here. I mean, that right there is like 8 point stop and you're already up 30 points. Uh, I got out of the trade because I didn't like the stinking this right here. I didn't like this. So I got out and we just popped and then I just did not want to trade because it's power hour. I mean, some of you are going to take this and make and be a better trader than I am. I hope you do. Start a stream. We got 126 sitting on the offer there at 975. You got 100 and a quarter sitting there at 975. That'll tell you that you might want to start peeling some off. And if you don't like all these bubbles right here, you can actually just sit there here, clear this. You can come in here and do minimum volume. Minimum volume, let's say minimum volume of 25 and click save. Okay, and then we hit clear. Now it's only going to show you 25 aggregated volume. It's not going to show you all the stinking stuff. It actually might actually be better. But actually, well, you got 92 right there. You might want to take your profits. You got 101 up there. You got absorption up there on the 5 minute. See right there, 101 buyers, and we're trading below that right there is they are being absorbed. Okay, they are being absorbed. You got 123 delta right up in here. They are being absorbed, folks. That means there is absorption up there. That means there is absorption right here because you've got 101 buyers and we're trading below it. We got a wick up there. That right there is absorption. And if we close below it in the next minute, that is definitely absorption of the buyers. That's telling you that the run's over. That's telling you your run's over, folks. Your run is stinking over. And it probably told you right there on the 189 positive delta, 271 positive delta. Then this candle right here, a little spinning top with the sell and bounce is delta neutral. Yeah, that's just telling you that the absorption is happening. We traded below it. That is right there. That is uh, absorption. They could keep running, but right now they're just telling me that they got weak up there. We're right here up at the stinking highs, man. Right up here at the stinking highs, okay? I need to get this working a little bit better. Got 130 sitting on the offer there at 975, 975. You got 130 sitting there on the offer at 975. They might go test it. They might go test that bad boy. They might go test that little mother effer. Okay. We're going up on light volume though, man. They're gonna go test them 975s, ain't they? They're gonna go test them, ain't they? Yep, they getting all right. We got 130, 130. Are they gonna refresh them offers? They're gonna refresh them offers. They still sitting at 130. One and a quarter. One and a quarter. I'm looking right here at 975. One and a quarter right there. Boom. They got filled now. If they start losing this, 33s are the 33s going to get refreshed? They're getting refreshed. You got to look right up in here where the 40s are. At 975 up in this area. You got 84 single order contract buy up here. 84s, you can see it roughly there on the 5 minute, but on the 1,000 tick chart, it's 80, 8,506. We closed right at it. But they got the sellers coming in. We're at negative 40 delta on the 1,000 tick chart. We got 66 right there. We got 70, 80, 100 maybe. Nope, you got 90. 90 buys right there. They're not breaking through the 975s. For them to keep climbing, they're going to have to break that and hold the 975s. Got delta neutral on the current 1,000 tick chart, delta neutral basically. They're starting to move up a little bit. 975s, are they going to refresh? You got 40 sitting at 76, 35 at 75. Yeah, they've refreshed that and they kind of climbing back down. They're kind of losing their steam a little bit. In that previous 5 minute, you had 100 buy orders, but they closed below it. So that's a little bit of absorption right there. And we kind of closed and we kind of traded up in this area and we're just sitting there right at it. Okay. So this is an area like if you're in on a long and you're profitable, this is an area where you might start thinking like, okay, uh, is the run over? Yeah, I'm running Ninja Trader on parallels. So Okay, here's the thing. Here's the truth. This is on NinjaTrader, the add-on, okay? If I can get enough support for this add-on, and I'm and I'm not talking about trying to make like $50,000, okay? If I can get enough support for this add-on to make it worth my while to start writing my own desktop trading app and actually writing it for Windows and Mac, I'll do it, man. I'll do it. I'll stop trading and I will just I'll be a code monkey again and just sling code. I've been doing it for 15 years. And I got a MacBook Pro. I just run parallels and run this on parallels. So this is, yeah. Uh, which if I can run this on parallels with friggin' 8 CPUs and 15 gigs of RAM, I'm thinking you can. Actually get better performance. Can you make this for Mac OS? Lots of people are really not happy that Deep Charts isn't running on Mac OS, only with the crappy parallels. Yeah, if I can get enough support, if I can get enough support for people purchasing this add-on, I will always support the add-on for NinjaTrader. It will always be here. Okay. All this code that I have written for the order flow pulse is just C sharp that can easily be ported over to my own trading platform. Now, C sharp has something, I forgot what it's called because I looked into this, uh, that I can compile it for Mac OS. I've already contacted Rhythmic and they gave me approval to work with their API test system so I can start building out the Rhythmic data connection for a trading platform because that's the biggest thing. And then taking all this code that I've already written that's already decoupled, that's loosely coupled from NinjaTrader. There's just a few things that I would have to do, like the chart trader, like the chart trader. If you look at, oh man, I was getting ready to execute orders. I'm in a live friggin' count there. Let me go to like like here, execution orders. All this is already there. Okay, all this is this can easily this can easily be ported over. Okay, this can easily be ported over. The order execution is not within uh, NinjaTrader. This is all mine that can be easily ported over to my own trading platform. But yeah, I'll make this for Mac OS if I can get enough support for the NinjaTrader app. Yeah, sure. I would love to do that. I just need to find the time, and the only way I can find the time is if I have money supporting this on NinjaTrader. And I've already looked into this. It might take me 3 or 4 months, and that's a timeline that's actually pretty long to be able to port this over to my own trading platform. Because the hardest thing to do right now is to get the Rhythmic data connection, okay, which I know I can do that. Also, what I need to do is contact I would have to contact the brokers that are working with Rhythmic because right now it would just be with Rhythmic just to get it started, my own trading platform to get it started. And then I would have to contact Bullnox, and Bullnox, I have to have their certificate put into my platform to be able to connect through Rhythmic or Apex to work with Apex, and then have those two brokers to be able to do that. But I would need their certificates for Rhythmic, and those brokers have to agree to work with me. That's about it. Um, Yeah, I'll check the email once I'm done streaming. Um, we got 100 sitting on the offer up there at 26,000. Man, they are propping this crap up, ain't they? They really propping this up. See that seller right there that got caught? Boy, they are just getting smoked. They're getting their butts smoked. Power hour. I just don't trade power hour. Um, yeah, what I've been thinking is if I can get like, I mean, $95 for a whole year is just stinking cheap for this add-on. Uh, if I can get a few hundred people supporting it, um, once I get 200 people supporting this app, I will keep on this app and then I'll start working on the rhythmic data connection for my own trading platform. And then what I would need to do is get a prototype working and then be able to contact a broker and be like, "Hey, would you like to have an exclusive deal for this new order flow trading platform?" And I'm already working with Rhythmic. I just need your certificate if you want to work with me to be able to execute trades. And that's about it. Because most people trade prop firms; they're not trading personal money. What is that? There's something that's called. I forgot the name of it. Let me look this up. C sharp port over to Mac OS. No, it has to be. There's a really good one. I mean, I could code it in C sharp because I've written a stock scanner uh, in Rust. I wrote a stock scanner in Rust. The problem is that the support for these brokers and these API connections are not all that good for Rust. Which, quite frankly, I would be building the trading platform on C sharp and having it ported over to a Mac, uh, and then run the back end as a Rust back end for the server. Um, here, let me go to ChatGPT. Uh, what are some good? Let's see. Hold on. I need to port .NET C sharp app over to Mac OS. Yes, I've already got .NET installed on my Mac OS. Running could meet whatever. I don't need your help. Console backend API easiest. .NET Core, .NET 5, 5 plus apps already run cross platform. .NET Core, minimal changes needed. So, and I'm using WPF for this, which is quite, yeah, I just have to rewrite the logic. ASP.NET, web app, desktop app. custom UI cross-platform desired. You'll need a new UI framework. Yeah, I'll just have to look at it. But if I get enough support for this app right here, I'll start porting over. I'll start writing my own trading platform. Uh, it really depends on what language. I mean, heck, I could use Java. I mean, I know Java. I wrote Java for years for the government. Uh, I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. 119 sitting on the offer there at 26,000. I mean, I wrote Java. I mean, I could write it in Java. Really want to write it in Rust because Rust is the sexy one on the market right now. It's sexy. It has some sexy code. Uh oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I know. Oh, yeah. 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 Don't worry about. Yeah. Let me email you. Because I can easily. Uh, yeah. I got Discord. Uh, yeah. It's 3:30. Not much is happening. But yeah, if I can get enough support for this app for Ninja Trader, which I'll always support Ninja Trader. I mean, people coming in the Ninja Trader and they see this app and they're like, well, wait a minute. This dude has his own trading platform and has more than what this add-on has? Yeah. Um, and plus I won't be constrained to Ninja Trader. Boy, they are really running the frick up out of this market, man. Boy, the government has got to be giving these institutions slush funds to just run this shit up. Um, I'm happy I got the bubbles just showing for the New York session because now I can see everything. Before I used to cut them off pretty shortly because of the resources needed to do all that. But yeah, uh, yeah, I'll check my email and get back to you. I'm not going anywhere. The wife don't have anything for me to do. She knows I'm extremely busy right now. Uh, Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to look I'm going to do a little bit more research on this. Console backend API, easiest. .NET Core, .NET 5 apps already run cross-platform. WinForms or WPF, Windows Presentation Foundation, they are Windows-only UI frameworks. Won't run natively on Mac OS, which is, which I wrote this user interface is using WPF, Windows Presentation Foundation. That's not gonna run natively, but it's just presentation. I've got all the logic decoupled from the presentation, so the logic is already there. It's just a matter of porting it over into a nice little pretty window. That's all that is. And the thing is, I would like to write it so it could be cross-platform because I don't want to rewrite stinking code. I don't want to write. I mean, the logic for the back end would be written once and used in multiple places or whatever platform. But I really don't want to be managing user interfaces. I just want to write once and run anywhere, which is kind of Java or Rust. Which Rust doesn't have any very good user interface stuff, so we're really gonna have to look into this. It has to be sexy looking. And deep charts is deep charts. They were talking about like later on this year it's going to be Mac OS compatible, but y- you can't trust companies because then they'll look at it and be like, "Well, this is not financially feasible," and blah blah blah, and they'll be like, "No." Uh, because if they've already written, it depends on how they've written their application. I'm pretty sure it's written in C sharp. Most of these trading apps are written in C sharp or Java. Uh, I mean, Motive Wave is written in Java. Bookmap is actually written in Java. Uh, I mean, I could write it in C++. plus. I mean, I know C++. plus plus. I could write it in C++. plus plus. That'll run cross-platform. I just have to look into it. Yeah, did you send me your YouTube channel? Send me your YouTube channel in the email, or I'll have to look at it. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. I mean, if you're in the US, I have no problems. I'll give you my phone number. We can sit there and chat. Uh, Boy, look at that. Um, we had a little sell off right there. We had this right here, this candle right here. We had the delta shift of 209. This green candle with the buy and bounce with buyers right there with the delta surge and then a break above that. That's really a go sign to go. I mean, some of y'all gonna take this and make more money than me. Some of y'all gonna out trade me, which is perfectly fine. I don't care. Uh, I mean, I can do base hits all friggin' day. Um, yeah. Well, I can't be doing that, can I? That'd be an expensive ass phone bill. Yeah, Discord's fine. Uh, actually, Spain. I can't remember where was I in Spain. I spent. We got a buy and bounce right here. We got a buy and bounce right here. Buy and bounce area right there. We got a buy and bounce with that. uh, Yeah. Actually, spent some time in Spain. I spent 5 years in the, United States Marine Corps, and then for, when we were coming back to America, we had a quick stop over in Spain for about a few days, uh, and then there was a handful of us that was walking, a handful of Marines. We were just walking the streets, just finding a place to sit down and drink and eat, and then we had some Spanish guy walking down the street, and he yelled across the street, "Hey, you Marines?" And I yelled out, "Yeah." And then he's like, "Hey, y'all want to go out and drink? I got a great place." And I was like, "Oh man, this dude's awesome." So he took us all over to Spain. We got in a taxi, took us all over kind of pretty cool places. We had a few drinks. That dude was really awesome. I went over to France, but the French didn't quite like the Marines. They wouldn't let us eat in restaurants. Uh, we tried to go to one restaurant, and the restaurant manager said, "No, no, 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 no. Marines, you can't. No, 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 no. You cannot eat inside." We had to eat outside where the tables were outside. We had to eat outside. He's like, "No, no, no, no. You cannot eat inside." And then Corporal Hudrin said, "Well, why not?" He's like, "Well, because you Marines get drunk and you fight and tear up my joint. You're not coming in." So we were like, okay, we'll eat outside." I mean, uh, sometimes the Marines get a bad rap, I guess. Well, I mean, we do like to drink and fight. I mean, I guess that's what we're bred for. Um, There is so much work I gotta do for this thing. Um, but the updates that I did, pretty oh, yeah, there's another update that here, let me close out this thing. Uh, there's an update that you should have for 1.2.2. If you go to Order Flow Pulse, one of the main things I really wanted was because this was a stickler of mine. This I've only been working on this thing for 2 months. Uh, I've been working on this thing day and night too. Like 1 minute, if you go to apply volume, uh, this goes to the 1 minute, which is pretty nice. And if you switch over to like 2 minutes, it refreshes and it loads it up for 2 minutes. Before it didn't do that. Um, and then like a 15 minute, if you go to a 15 minute, it refreshes over to a 15 minute. Uh, there's more stuff I got to work on tonight. Uh, but like right now, we're up here at the highs. I need to be able to pan. If you left click, you can't pan all the way up. I tried to get some of the code written this morning and it does it, but it kept recentering and it was just annoying. So I got to rethink some of my logic of how I want to do this. Uh, I got to rethink some of the logic how I want to do that because I want people to be able to pan upwards. Like if I go here, if I go to shift left click and I enter a trade, I want to be able to put a stop way up here. Okay. But I need for it to be able to pan up to be able to put the stop. I mean, to be able to put the take profit up there. Okay. I need to get that done. And I need to get a little padding to the right. There's just some small things, but the major majority of it is actually working. Uh, I've only been working on this thing for about 2 months. Once I got the data connection down and I get all the market data and the level two data, and I'm storing all that data on the market hub code that I wrote, the presentation of it just fell into place. Now it's just a matter of really kind of getting the presentation looking good. Uh, yeah, yeah, I gotta look into this .NET because .NET I got it installed on my Mac, and I'm just wondering, can I write it once and run it everywhere? I don't want to write a user interface for a Mac and then user interface for Windows. I want to be able to write one code run anywhere. Java can do it. I really don't want to do Java. Um, C++ could do it, but and I enjoy C++. C sharp can do it. I mean, C sharp is okay. C sharp, the problem I have with C sharp. This is the problem I have with C sharp. Great language, okay, fantastic language. Uh, Microsoft took some of the coders that wrote Java and created C sharp. So C sharp is a really nice language. It's a garbage collection language, which means sometimes when the resources get too much, it will garbage collect. Now with Rust, you don't have that problem because, well, you just don't have a garbage collector. I'm not going to explain why. But it needs to be extremely fast language, like C sharp and Rust, very extremely fast. C sharp can be extremely fast and very good with threading, multi-threading and stuff if it's done correctly. Which I've learned quite a bit with multi-threading, writing this add-on with C sharp. I've learned quite a bit. Um, oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Um, Yeah, so this was a pretty decent trade to be taken right here. Had a nice little run up. This is not a micro pullback in my opinion, but we had 106 delta, 254 on this candle, which was quite large, and then this one right here, this candle right here, had that shift right there of 209, and then we had this wick right here, and then we closed up here. We had a buy imbalance, and then we had the large buyer, 72 of it was one single order, and then you get in on that. You don't put your stop way down here. If you get in on the break of this, don't put your stop way down here. You can put it right up in this area. Okay, right up in this area. I mean, why take another 5 points when it's not needed? Because normally, if you break this, you're gonna that's low volume right here. It's gonna just trickle right on through, and you're not gonna get the tops. But let's say you get this area right here and you get yourself 8 points. Okay, big deal. It's 160 bucks. Okay, base hit. Just keep moving on. Keep doing them base hits. When the market comes back and starts acting normal, you can do what I do and start slinging around 2 or 3 minis. Get your base hits, get runners. Hello there. P B P G. I don't know. How's you doing? Um, yeah. Um, when here's the funny thing. I can't trade worth of crap when I'm on stream for some reason. Uh, because forever, I've been trading NQ for 10 years. And when I started passing these evals and getting a handful of funded accounts with Bullnox, I would just sit in my office with my headphones on, door shut, noise cancellation headphones on, so I don't have to hear the wife and kid going crazy on each other. Uh, and I can just sit there and listen to music and just chill and just, I mean, $1,000 a day was really good. I mean, there was a couple, there was one day where I made like $3,000. I was like, whoa. But I mean, I could sit there and just make my base hits constantly because I would have a tight stop like this right here. If I got in here, I'd be getting out right up in this area right here, right up in this area. And, and the reason for that, uh, the way I look at it is you got all this volume right here. Okay. You're breaking this and you're coming up here. Okay. If you break this area right here and you start trading down, if you're losing all this volume right here, think of it as you're a little person, okay, and you're standing on the ledge. How do you like my drawings? You like that? You're on this ledge right here, and if you fall off of that ledge, wee, you go splat, splat. No more stick person. Okay, you just fall off that ledge and go wee, splat. Oh my word, that looks like he's peeing. Get the thing off there. Uh, that's just the way I look at it. I was $10 away from passing. I have what? Lost so much. I have an old. Yeah. Um. What a lot of people don't understand, ICT is not a strategy. It's a concept. Order flow is not. a strategy. It's just a concept. You gotta have strategies to be able to trade. Yeah, 350 algos kicked in and got all the money being shuffled around the little 350 algo spikes. Little 350 algo spikes. It's 200 and 280 negative delta. I mean, these you don't trade between 350 and 4 o'clock, man. Just don't stink and trade. You're just asking for it. You really are. You're just asking to get slaughtered like a pig. The other week I traded, and I was streaming it, and I traded it. It was ES. It was the opening drive on ES. But it was before all this crap really started happening, and I traded the opening drive, and I was explaining how the opening drive worked and how you can actually trade it using uh, the bubbles and stacked imbalances. But you gotta be quick. I mean, you gotta be really quick. Like I wouldn't try to be point and click and just turn on hotkeys and then just go at it. When you got the order entry window right here, just turn on HK for hotkeys. It says right there, hotkeys enabled, and just start trading hotkeys. The commands are on the website. If you're, I mean, well today I traded on hotkeys. Today I traded on this order entry all day. I traded on the order entry because I kind of wanted to test it out just to make sure it actually does work pretty good. And the hotkeys are working. Uh, and I traded the live pulse with just a sim account to show people how things are working. Actually, I traded my funded account on it as well. Just one trade, and I missed the big move because yeah, when I'm streaming, I can't trade for some reason. I can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. It's not for me. I can sit in my office and just be able to trade and crank it out. But I like writing code more than I like trading. I mean, if I could trade for like a couple hours in the morning, like 9:30 to 11:30, and then just shut it and then just call it a day and then spend the rest of the day slinging code, that'd be fine with me. Uh, it has low RAM, so I can't use Motive Wave. Motive Wave is written in Java, so that's going to be you're going to need some RAM for that bad boy. Your volume profile, DOM, heat maps, etc. I'm missing out due to my device. Yeah, heat maps, I'm gonna tell you something. Heat maps, this thing right here, actually let me you can enable it on this. Heat maps are really gonna get you, man. Uh Even on my system on order flow pulse, if you enable heat maps, it's and I gotta refactor the code to start using pre-rendered bitmaps. Uh that right there really hits you hard. But in my opinion, if you're a new trader, I'll be honest with you, you don't need no stinking level 2 in heat maps. You really don't. You don't need no stinking level 2 or heat maps, okay? What you need is just a nice, easy trading plan and then just go at it. Nice, easy trading plan, and just look at a 5 minute for context. Look at the volume profile right here. This is in beta, but the volume profile for context, kind of like whoops, uh, this is still in beta, but a nice volume profile for some context of what you're doing. Where are we at? Um, that's really all you need. Actually, what you could do, you could just go to a solid candle. Solid candle. Don't worry about the volumes and stuff. Just go to a solid candle. No read to, because if you start looking at footprints like this, that takes up a lot of resources. Just look at solid candles. Just look at solid candles. Okay. Go to a 5 minute. Look at a solid candle there. The moving average, if you're above it, it's sloping upwards. Go long. Go 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 short in this area, but all this area right here, go long. You get a pullback, start just taking your longs and just follow and just scalp your way up. And just look at let's say instead of 1,000 tick chart, you just look at a 1 minute and just look for trapped buyers. Large buyers for support, trapped sellers to go long. I mean, the order flow app, this add-on, if you go here and just install it on your system with NinjaTrader. I mean, does NinjaTrader run on your system? Because I'm running this on Parallels. Here, let me show you. I am running this Control Center. I am running this processor, 8 processor, 14 gigs of RAM on Parallels. I'm choking the crap out of it, and I'm able to use it and actually trade. So 8 CPUs and 15 gigs of RAM. Unless you got like 8 gigs of RAM or 4 gigs, it might not work, but uh, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I am talking. Hello. Uh, yeah, yeah. So what I would recommend, uh, just go ahead and log in. Just go ahead and log in. You got a free license key until April 17th. Just go to the indicators here and just download version 1.2.2. Install that. Don't worry about the heat map. Don't worry about level 2. You don't need it. Um, and just do solid candles and see if that runs on your system. If it runs good, then you're good to go. Um, I mean, I'm running it with 8 CPUs and 15 gigs of RAM. So that's on parallels. And what you're looking for stuff like this. You're looking for a nice run up, sellers coming in we closed above, they get trapped. You get in on the break of that high right there, and you try to ride it up. That's just I and listen, you might have to sit there for 2, 3 hours to get one of those trades. Okay? You might have to sit there for 2 to 3 hours and get one of them trades. Okay? Also, what you're looking for. This is um we were on this trade right here, 155 on this trade right here, the 5 minute closed below. Well, the 5 minute didn't close below, but we were starting to break below the moving average right there. Uh, you can get in on right here. You're using the backing of that 123 cells with 68 of it as a single order, and then you're looking to get down into this area and get yourself about 25 points. That's a $500 winner. You might have to sit there for 1 to 2 hours and wait and wait for that trade. You might have to sit there and wait for that trade. Uh, I don't go back so far. And, maybe I could because, maybe I could go back to New York session on a 1 minute. That might not be too bad. I'm trying to cap it so people don't use too many resources and the thing just is a hog. Okay. And also right here, you had 140 delta surge. The delta surge with those little tiny dots right there. You got a buy and bounce right here. You closed above it. You get in right here, and then you see some weakness up in here, and you just get out right here. Just scalp it out, and scalp it out for about 7 points, $140, and just be done. Let's say you scalp it out and you run up, and then you have a pullback on these two bars right here on the pullback. Let's say you want to get in on the break of this and put your stop down here. You can just scalp it out again for what? For another 10 points maybe. It's like 200, about 300 and some dollars right there in a matter of just a few minutes. Or you can be really picky and just wait for the trapped sellers and buyers. I really need to do a video. I really need to do a video. You can always wait for a nice strong buyer. You have nice big strong buying up here. You got a buy and bounce area. You got a break of that high. You get a break of that high right there, and then scalp you some off. You're not going to get the full top, but let's say you get about 10 points. Get 10 points. Move along. Get you $200. You got 10 points earlier. $200. That's $400. Be done for today. Don't try to pass evals in one stinking day. I don't care what these gurus tell you. I don't care if it takes you 2 weeks to pass an eval. You'll learn a heck of a lot more taking base hits than trying to full port evals. Can you tell me your moving average settings? The moving average, this moving average right here, this moving average is a custom moving average. Basically, right here, that custom moving average, what that is a Heikin-Ashi data for 5 minute. Right now, I'm using a 5 minute. It's taking Heikin-Ashi data, which is just means average bar in Japanese, and it's taking that data for a 14 period, and it's taking the Heikin-Ashi data and it's merging it together. Then I take a 9 exponential moving average and I smooth that data out, and that gives me my moving average. Also, what you could just do is just take a non-EMA and just throw it on your chart, to be quite honest. You can just take a non-EMA, throw it on your chart because that's what a lot of scalpers and day traders use. Uh, I just read some institutional papers and thought this would be pretty cool, the code. And, it was, and actually, you can go to the site and download it for a Ninja Trader add-on. And it's free and it's going to be free. It's nothing. You could actually, if you go to indicators, just scroll down to the bottom. Order flow bars moving average. Cut the noise, trade the move. Standard candles are noisy. Regular Heikin-Ashi helps, but still flips too often and chop. Order flow bars moving average goes a step further. It takes the Heikin-Ashi open and close and runs them through an adjustable EMA, filtering out micro pullbacks and highlighting the real trend structure. This right here, just free download, and it'll always be free. I mean, heck, you could sit there and tell ChatGPT to make you one, and it'll make you one. Maybe, more than likely. Uh, AI is pretty good, but once you start getting over about 10,000 lines of code, it starts freaking out. It just freaks out on you. Uh, Order flow pulse is well over 10,000 lines of code. Um, it just freaks out on you, man. Starts hallucinating, telling you crap that don't exist. Um, yeah, that moving average, this moving average, what I have done, um, I have basically taken Heikin-Ashi data. I'm taking that data, and then I take a 9 exponential moving average, and I smooth it out. The indicator that I just showed you that you can attach to a regular NinjaTrader chart, you can use a 9 EMA if you want. You can use a 21. You can use whatever you want. But it goes back like 14 periods. But that's really all that is. All right, it's 4 o'clock. I got to read that email that gentleman sent me. I'm gonna go check on the wife and kids, make sure the wife's not tied up. Uh, I'll be back at 9:15 tomorrow. I'm only going to stream till 11:30 tomorrow because then I got to run and do something tomorrow. So that's all I have. I will talk to you later.